Marquez rider. He just broke for Marquez. Marquez meant that he was on fire yesterday. 1:26.492 was a sensational lap time, almost 3/10 clear from Fernandez. Wasn't plain sailing for all the Italians over here yesterday, was it? But Pecco Bagnaia did creep in to the top 10. He has looked to place directly into Q2, but once again at times it was a pretty poor Friday.
Italians in the top 3 yesterday. Bezzecchi and Fabio Di Gianantonio, who so often goes well here into the final. It looks pretty good. Many, including Fabio Quartararo, reckon that Gianantonio has superior pace at the moment in terms of race rhythm. With the sprint coming up later on, we know Gianantonio has succeeded in recently a string of sprint podiums since the summer break, so keep a close eye on him later on today. Number 7, Pecco Bagnaia, 9th, 4th Italian through to Q2. Bagnaia, well, how happy he was yesterday, depending on which of his 2 captains he was on. And his number 1 bike that he started the day with was shaking all over the place, completely unstable, to the point that Bagnaia completely discarded it through that first session. He did try it out once again early in practice in the afternoon, was again very unhappy with it, so again switched across to bike number 2, which he says feels a lot better, but not exactly how his bike felt in Motegi. He said more the kind of feeling he had pre-Japan, when of course he still had that lack of front feel and front confidence. So Bagnaia will be hoping that he has 2 bikes to behave rather than just the 1 today.
Alex Marquez is inching close to securing second place in the World Championship. Alex said yesterday he was one of a couple of the star names that clearly identified Fabio Di Gianantonio as a big threat. There's a lot of riders that are able to set fast paces on the medium and soft rear tyre, but both Fabio Quartararo and Alex Marquez said, yeah, we're fast, we're confident, but it looks like this year, and everybody has the best race pace going into this Saturday. Jack, you've been camped outside the factory, the garage, was the game which supposed to GP25s as Pecco's favourite to kick off this Saturday?
Well, it's exactly the same story we saw twice yesterday. Bagnaia out on that number 1 bike, he's just come across the start finish line and he was stopped immediately. I imagine he's gone out there just for 1 flying lap just to try and get into the standing level. Holding up to that number 1 bike has allowed him to feel similar to that number 2 that he spent the vast majority of yesterday on. Unlike yesterday, that number 2 bike has got tyre warmers on, it's ready to go then, ready and prepared to make that switch if needs be.
Thanks very much, Jack. It didn't look like the most stable or planned motorcycle, did it, as we picked up Bagnaia going through the Duan corner. Although this fully fired track was resurfaced only a couple of years ago, a lot of riders actually reporting yesterday in some of the fast sections through the final corner, turn 12 and in that first corner. Already it was some very noticeable bumps which the riders are having to contend with. So yeah, let's see how long Pecco sticks it out on that number 1 bike, because it was a very short-lived experience on his 2 outings on it yesterday.
We can see around the circuit some patches of tarmac where they've both tried to smooth out some of those bumps, but on the MotoGP bikes you really do feel it. And I spoke to Fermin Aldeguer yesterday, because so much was expected of him given his record here in Moto2, but he said of all the circuits he's been to on the calendar, switching across the Moto2 to MotoGP, this was one of the starkest differences and one of the most difficult to actually adapt from Moto2 to MotoGP, in part due to the bombs, due to how narrow the track is. Everything just comes at you so much quicker, and this is made very quick for the final circuit. So Aldeguer, one of those who suffered from that yesterday, but he was only 5 thousandths of a second away from automatic Q2.
All fast yesterday, what was his best FP1 of the season so far. Unfortunately, missing out on that direction from the Q1 now in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. It's Aldeguer as he looks to be our first rookie to win back-to-back races. They searched Marquez did so all the way back in 2013. Marco Bezzecchi then did steal all the headlines as far as running was concerned yesterday. We just saw him cruise on screen. Certainly worthy of a mention is Raul Fernandez. He was on the front row of the middle course in Mandalika and then took a sprint podium, was fighting for the podium in the Grand Prix as well, looking well set for another top 3 challenge here this weekend. Is Raul and Bagnaia then a meeting fix on what was yesterday a very unruly number 1 GP25. At times that bike looked so unstable, it was like Bagnaia was going to ride around with it on a pogo stick.
When he was sat in the box there, and there was a little shake of the head and a point of the finger which thinks in the direction of his number 2 bike say, now I'll find that one if you don't mind for the rest of the morning. So once again, Pecco Bagnaia looks like a rather short experience on bike number 1.
And as Jack mentioned yesterday, this has to be a bit of a concern for Bagnaia, particularly going to those, well, the high pressure Q2 where it looks like, or he's only going to have already one fight, but he thinks he can climb to a competitive lap time.
Well, what a place to play out.
It's going to be a real issue as far as Bagnaia is concerned. Get back down to you.
Yeah, I put that exact thing to Pecco yesterday. He said, the first thing he said was, what about a flag for flag? Do you have a flag for flag situation? What out of the question tomorrow? So far this weekend, you're exactly right. I was watching his body language when he came in. It was a shake of the head, a point across to the number 2 machine. That's been pressed, and he's going to do the rest of the section on that one. And he's a real head to that. He said yesterday, the section is exactly the same. Those bikes are identical, but for whatever reason, that number 1 bike feels completely different to the number 2 bike.
Yeah, number 1 bike is practically unrideable, as Bagnaia said. Number 1 bike, I can see it's not working. It felt like Mandalika, where I had zero confidence in the front. It was shaking, it was nervous, it was unstable, it was twitchy. A multitude of decisions on that number 1 bike. He said number 2 bike, the one that was working, it certainly hadn't put him in a safe sweet spot at Mercedes where he destroyed the field in qualifying the sprint and the Grand Prix. But it's certainly good enough to get inside that top 9. He did feel like there was maybe 2 or 3 more tenths in the book had he nailed a cleaner lap at the end of Q2, which would have put him up around sort of 4th or 5th place. But yeah, I think a big sigh of relief from Pecco yesterday as he crashed directly through Q2.
Well, Pecco destroyed the field in Mercedes. Second, Mike destroyed the field in Indonesia. Did not watch both starts. He's hit the process and destroyed them here in Phillip Island. He's with his double long lap as he puts a 27.394 on the ball. He's half a second clear of Ralph Fernandez, who was his nearest challenger yesterday. I did put it to Benteke yesterday. Can he still win this, even with the double long lap penalty? He didn't really want to fight tonight. He said it is going to be very, very difficult. Of course, guys, I think someone's going to blow up on the main straight. There's a lot of smoke there on the start finish line. It's in another Honda that's gone. Beers blew up yesterday. It looks like Luca Marini's now done the same.
Yeah, now, when was the last time we saw a weekend where 2 factory Hondas had very public tech meltdowns? You can probably count on one hand the amount of times that's happened down the years. So a few more liability issues coming the way of HRC. And let's go down the garden straight, and that has let go big time. That has let go massively, hasn't it? It was a Costa, wasn't it? I think it was directly behind. Already on the 37 bike. Looking in behind him as well with the Gian Antonio and Oliveira. As you realise, Marini got off the circuit as quickly as possibly could, but they're trying to negotiate their way through the heavy smoke. So 2 spectacular tech failures then for the RC213V here in Phillip Island.
Well, as mentioned yesterday, pre-practice warm when Mir Honda went top. Suspect that they're using older engines in these sessions that don't count towards the outright weekend. Of course, practice yesterday afternoon did count. This is what it looked like from Pedro Acosta, who had a face full of Honda engine smoke as he has to dart out to avoid running into the back of Luca Marini. Of course, had absolutely no fault in that. He's just riding the motorcycle and all of a sudden has to try and jump out of the way and riders behind him.
That is scary for Acosta. Acosta's faster through the speed traps this morning. He's blitzing down that Gardner straight over 360 kilometres an hour. He had very little time to process what was happening directly ahead of him. Where really well going to take the necessary evasive action in the Acosta retreat into some spectacular slow motion replays going through the Stoner corner yesterday. Marco Benedetti is reading off fast laps to the front right now. He's here in Australia. Surely he's going to be the big Prix sprint favourite if he carries on in this vein of form. Can he pull off a miracle tomorrow and come back from 2 long laps to win the Grand Prix? I have to say, I've seen a couple of times so far this point. That Aprilia looks a little bit nervous through some of the high-speed sections. Before Bez going through turn 12, 2 and 3 laps to go, and there was a lot of movement on that RSGP. So it's a bit of a nervy ride, albeit a fast one right now for Bez.
Well, if he is going to win tomorrow with a double long lap, surely he has to be on pole position and has to leave there for some of the instability again in the middle of the fast left out the back of the circuit and way now onto the home stretch. Of course, if he finds himself in traffic, the long lap penalty is going to put himself even further down the field. You remember Moto2 a few years ago, Alonso Lopez was able to serve the penalty and still come out in the front of the race. Here's another look. Just as he did clip the curb reserve there on the outside of turn 11 in between 11 and 12. But he wants to try and serve one of his long lap penalties tomorrow and still be leading the Grand Prix. Of course, he puts himself in traffic. Not only has he got to overtake riders to get back to the front of the field, but he's got to use up tyre while doing so.
That's a damn curve. That's a damn white line, no question about that. As he had a bit of lead angle as well. Full on the gas as he came out of turn 11. So that could have easily been an ejector seat job there. And Marco Betteg, the last thing he needs is another bruising crash. And then we'll see when tumbling through the gravel trap, having made the contact with Marc Marquez. That turn 7 on lap 1 in Mandalika. Barely recovered from some niggling and quite painful back injury he suffered when he got the whack from teammate Roy Martin on the first corner of the sprint in Bategi. So he's been sort of carrying around quite a nasty back injury now for the last 3 weeks or so. As the last thing he needed was to launch himself skyward once again. He's got another excellent start. Day 2 here for a brilliant Fez that leads the way. Ralph Fernandez once again right at the sharp end there in 3rd place. Aldeguer back on the money, having just missed out on QT yesterday in 11th. Second fastest this morning with a 1:27.724.
Yeah, the changes to the setup that Ralph Fernandez said the teammate, the Lozano test really has transformed his prospect for the front row and the sprint podium in Indonesia. And he's surely going to be targeting much the same here today. There's no reason with the performance of that Brilliant and Ralph Fernandez that he can't achieve that, as the yellow flags have come out in the 3rd and 4th sections, albeit a very brief flash of yellow on our screen, so hopefully no one else has gone down. We know Joan Mir hasn't, who, of course, having seen him on the blow yesterday, and Luca Marini go pop this morning, but hopefully that his stays intact. He now makes his way down that same Gardner Straight.
No question right now, Fernandez is in the best form of his MotoGP career. He's just got that confidence, he's got that momentum, which are two wonderful things to have on your side, aren't they, in MotoGP? Everything just coming easy, can't seem to put a foot wrong at the moment. That can the Spanish rider. It's taken a fair amount of time for him to really unleash his full potential in MotoGP, but better late than never as far as P25 is concerned. Frank Yai then, on what appears to be his one and only fast and competitive GP25 so far here this weekend in Philippines, making a big play right now for the top 3, 6 at the moment in Pecco with a 1:28.066.
Aldeguer then on his way down the main straight. Qualifying 1 coming up for him then. The main competition you expect for him in qualifying 1. Got KTM such as Brad Binder, who was quite strong yesterday and will be expecting to make progress. Jack Miller, of course, for the home Aussie fans will also fancy his chances. And a couple of Hondas that will be expecting to be Q2, Mir and Zarco. So Aldeguer will still certainly face plenty of competition in Q1, even if it's not as strong a Q1 as we had in Indonesia last time out.
Top KTM and top performance once again yesterday by the Austrian factory's test rider Paul Espargaro. Fresh from a shopping trip in New York to the top 10 and directly into Q2 around the super fast and super scary 25. All of the KTM riders nodding in approval to the brilliance of Paul Espargaro yesterday. Let's get some thoughts from Tech 3 boss Nico Goyon, who joined Jack.
Yeah, you guys say, just a ridiculous performance from Paul yesterday to get inside the top 10. He was saying he was shopping with his wife in New York 48 hours ago, and then he's inside the top 10 at Phillip Island. Just Nico, how was he able to do that?
Yeah, well, that's probably happened in MotoGP right now. It's a strong performance for Paul. We know in a good days, Paul is able to be really fast, and yeah, yesterday he had been that he won 1 lap and he could have done only 1 and not 2 like this, but anyway, he did it. He had a huge smile on his face after this run, and now that's a super performance. You know, talking to him afterwards, then he admitted yesterday that was probably one of the first times since his crash in 23 that he's really fully fit and mentally ready and able to ride the MotoGP at his 100%. So this just shows and points out the fact that after such a huge crash, it takes a lot of time to go back, plus the mental performance, the confidence, and so it takes time. So he enjoyed yesterday. I think he enjoyed in Hungary as well. But let's take benefit of this and let's see what's able to do.
Of course, stepping into Maverick this weekend and next, what is the latest on Maverick? Is there decisions been made on whether we'll see him back for the final 2 rounds of the year, maybe coming back for the break? What's the thinking right now?
Yeah, no, this is a target, and to be fair, Maverick is much better now. He had a bit of rest after Mangalika, and now he's working a little bit slow. He's able to work with heavier weight on his shoulder, so he's able to lift more weight than before. He's really good. So yeah, we are quite optimistic on the fact that we might see Watchalong.
And I'm sure you, like us, are scratching your head at what's happened with Anea in recent weeks. It felt as though he turned the corner and really got to grips with the KTM, but then suddenly in recent weeks he's back to where we were at the start of the season. What's going on at the moment with Anea, and how much do you think the split with Alberto Giuriviola has derailed him a little bit?
Well, I don't really know that the split has said anything. Probably a little bit with the result, but I feel more that it's the general trend. I mean, we could easily see that all KTM were quite strong, and we've had now we are in the bottom, even if Mangalika, I mean, Pedro is on the podium and Brad was before. And is struggling, it's true. We don't really know why. You will probably the position, but yeah, it's true, it's a fact, and we are trying to start on this progress, which was all shown yesterday, and it's quite obvious that he has to work on himself, so this is what we are going to do at the moment.
Thanks, Nico. Have a good one.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Thanks very much, Nico. Goyon, that's good news, isn't it? Maverick Vinales looking like he'll be fit enough to return to the Portuguese Grand Prix when we make our way back to Europe after our long and intense Asia Pacific tour. Actually, he was 1.1 seconds slower than Colin Spargo yesterday. It always felt like he was going to be in a spot to bother here to Philip Island. In Mangalika, there was a lack of pace and confidence in the fast corners, which really hindered dominated by a fast flow exception, isn't it? He's a second at worst Friday of 2025 for the Beast. Only turn managed to finish lower on a Friday when he stand in 21st place. That was all, of course, back at round 2, second outing. On the KTM RC16,
full second slower than Colin Spargo yesterday. Of course, it's no stranger to that KTM. It's no slouch even with his relative inactivity on a MotoGP bike these days. Even Pedro Acosta doffed his cap to Colin Spargo yesterday. And Jack's got an update on the 37 from pit lane.
Yeah, you might have noticed on one of the onboards, Acosta trialling this morning, slightly revised rear wing, very similar to what we see on the Yamaha, like a big spoiler on the back, but whatever it is, I'm not sure he's too keen with it, because on the number one bike, they're quickly working to try and whip it off. No, they're not, they were just securing it down. So, really a big change. It will have quite an impact, very different design to what he's been trialling over the past week. So, saw him with that new swing arm yesterday, again some rear aero now. KTM are certainly still trying to bring that gap to the top.
thanks very much, Jack. Acosta did have a little tip off yesterday into the Miller corner. He was breathing a massive sigh of relief yesterday. There was a mistake at a crucial point on his final flying lap, which meant he was not able to find a 126, but crucially did just creep into Q2 by 5 thousandths of a second. In Marini then, potentially just the one bike at his disposal for the upcoming Q2 session after bike number 1 went spectacularly clutch down the Gardner Straight, right in front of Acosta, of course, at that particular time. Just missing out on making it to factory KTM inside the top 10 yesterday was Brad Binder, who's exiting pit lane just behind Acosta. Binder was a little bit further back behind Aldeguer, over a 10 behind the Brazilian racing rider, experiencing a little bit too much vibration just behind the turn 8 and 9, and also finding it difficult to maintain temperature in the middle of the front tyre. Right here, actually down into turn 10 into turn 4 as well. Bit of front locking when you're sort of straight up and down braking. Not too many hard braking zones here in the pilot when you really need some trust in that front. Straight up and down braking before, and then Binder was just having a few issues with the front locking and the brakes.
Tony Ryan has mentioned the word stability yesterday in terms of what they were looking for from their bike incentives. To get it was a little windier yesterday than it is today, but we are expecting the strong winds to return tomorrow. Gusts potentially of upwards of 60, 70 kilometres an hour, which will certainly be a concern for those in MotoGP, particularly with all of the air on these bikes. Of course, they are so susceptible to strong gusts of wind, so it's going to be interesting tomorrow to see what kind of configuration these teams and riders choose to go with these strong winds likely to return for race day.
Fabio Di Gianantonio had his best Friday since Sanctuary yesterday, where he led the way on the opening day of the German Grand Prix. And the 2-0 update from down in pit lane from Jack on the Italian.
Yeah, got the chance to speak to him yesterday, and just following on from what we were talking about in Mandalika 2 weeks ago, where Tissot was just frustrated at the fact that one day to the next, he just had no consistency in terms of feeling with his GP25, and despite being very quick yesterday, it was actually pinpointed out by a number of his rivals as probably been the fastest man on rivers yesterday. Tissot wasn't getting carried away because he had those same fears. So looked like he was going to be jumping on this morning. And although he's improving here, you look at the time sheets and suddenly where he was able to lap consistently in the high 127s, low 28s yesterday, he's unable to get down to those lap times again today. So hopefully we'll try to find Pablo Nieto shortly just to get an understanding whether those same old habits have fallen into place once again for Tissot.
He has just, thanks very much Jack, he's just fired himself up into P3, which is where he ended play yesterday with that 126.912. He had 9 laps on that in Mandalika, 40-27 only in second, top 10 in the last 8 Grand Prix. A big lover though of Phillip Island. It's Steve Digit third in that 2023 battle. Effectively saved his MotoGP career. He was heading for the exit door at that particular late phase a couple of years ago. Another strong Fabio so far this weekend has been Quartararo on top of the factory Yamaha. 4th fastest yesterday, 4th quickest so far this morning. He said on Thursday he was going to take to the punt maybe, take the risk of using the soft rear tyre with a full 27 lap distance in the Grand Prix tomorrow. I think Fabio did 19 laps on a soft rear tyre yesterday, and he had some very eye-catching pace as well. So yeah, it looks like, well, to all intents and purposes, Fabio's pre-weekend plan to race the soft tomorrow, he's going to be sticking with that one.
Well, warning from his rivals, though, who say that rear tyre will need a lot of managing. Quartararo certainly enjoying one of his younger fans there, who was painted up to demonstrate his support for the 2021 World Champion, but you might feel that an opportunity this weekend is too big an opportunity to pass up, that it's worth the gamble with the ultimate reward. With so many big hitters not here, and Bezzecchi facing penalties tomorrow, that maybe it is worth Quartararo going for that soft rear tyre. Although when it does drop, it drops severely around this circuit. In the last 4 or 5 laps, you've got the pearl necklace there in support of the hero.
Got the Temple horns, the El Diablo horns as well, and he said that is, without question, one of Fabio Quartararo's biggest Aussie fans here so far this weekend. Fair play, that young man enjoying his weekend so far. Enjoying his car lap out, circuit is Pedro Acosta. He was certainly quick through the first sector, only down by just over 100 at the moment, and he drops down through Lucky Heights. That's a welcome sight, isn't it? A bit of blue sky up into the distance after what's been a rather wet and damp start to the Sprint Saturday. Bezzecchi once again is flying. 3 Fridays in a row now, Marco Bezzecchi has led the way over in Japan, in Indonesia, and yesterday here in Australia, and he's untouchable at the moment on Sprint Saturday morning. It's Bezzecchi, a boundary improvement of 127.278. Just follow a crossroad line, he picks up 7 places from 14th to 7th. Aldeguer also putting together what is another strong lap. But Marco Bezzecchi, well, Friday, at the moment he is owning Sprint Saturday as well. Now, Phillip Island, 4.44 kilometres in length, 12 corners, but arguably the most severe test for mixing into the calendar. Johan Zarco taking a heavy tumble. That's a big one for Zarco. We'll go down to Jack very, very shortly. Zarco finally does then climb to his feet. He's gone down into the first gear braking zone for turn 10. So Zarco looking like he's okay after maybe getting a little bit winded. So let's go and find out just how tough the task is for Michelin coming to this Phillip Island circuit, because the boss, Michele Palamasso, joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. It's always a fascinating tyre race here at Phillip Island, Pierre, and it looks as though tomorrow, from what the riders were saying yesterday, we could have quite a split on the grid. Some maybe been gambling for the soft, which I think at the start of the weekend a lot of us would have been surprised by, given what happened the last time someone used it with Jorge Martin in 2023. So do we seriously think we could see some riders opting for the soft rear tomorrow?
So yeah, we are here in Philip Island, the most demanding track from the calendar. The tire is very difficult. About the tire choice yesterday, we worked quite well. We have some good information. For the front, we know that the choice will be medium front or hard front for the aggressive riders. The rear for sure for the sprint will be the soft. And after the sprint, honestly, only after the sprint we will know if the soft rear can do the race tomorrow. For the moment, it's quite, risky. But after the for sure, the medium is working very well. Many riders were very happy about the medium. It will be the most choice tire for the tomorrow race. But maybe 2 or 3 riders they might try the soft. But only after the sprint we will have a clear information.
We saw yesterday 17, 18 laps on that soft rear, and the ribbon was still looking strong, but I guess it's those final 4 or 5 laps where there's quite a big drop.
Yeah, we have to understand when appears the drop. We know that until 17, 20 can last, but after we don't know. So let's see. The tire specification is very close to the one he used Jorge here last time, and he dropped just the last for only 1 lap. So we have to look for that. But probably if you work on the with the bike, like manage balance good gas throttle, maybe.
Could make it interesting tomorrow. Hopefully we get some riders out there taking the risk, because that's what we like to see, Piero. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, let's see. Here we always saw very exciting races, so if you have different tire choice, it will be even more exciting.
Thanks, Piero.
Bye, thanks.
Thanks very much, Piero Talamassa. Yeah, we will be listening intently to the rider feedback based on the sprint this afternoon over 13 laps. Yeah, Jorge Martin, it was a fine line between here and was it 2023. For 26 laps and 3 quarters, it looked like he pulled up a tactical masterstroke on that soft rear tyre on board the Ducati a couple of years ago, which we got swallowed up late on. 2 or 3 riders, maybe. Piero Talamassa believes that will feel it's worth the big races. Some riders got nothing to lose, have they, in terms of championship? I'd be gobsmacked unless something dramatic happens to him in the sprint with the soft this afternoon. If Watchalong, he's had him as soon as he jumped off the blade, coming in to Philippine, he was going to try and race the soft. Of those 2 or 3, but it's just 2 or 3 to go with the soft tomorrow. Watchalong is going to be one of them, surely.
He said that he was convinced in Indonesia that the soft rear tyre was the right choice. The team told him he was mad, but he proved himself correct. But I think if he get that side to a finish in a relatively strong 7th place in the end, the rider that beat Jorge Martin in a 2023 race a couple of years ago, he beat him and thanked him in Honda's frustration. While we're hearing from Piero Talamassa there, tempered flares for the Frenchman, Johan Zarco, who couldn't get his bike back up and running. It'll now be a rush to get that LCR Honda back to the box, hopefully repair whatever damage has been done in that crash at turn 10, because Zarco is back out on track in around about 10-15 minutes for Q1.
Interesting yesterday, Alex Rins saying on the other factory Yamaha that they're almost forced to race the stop because they can't get the medium rear tyre working around this Philippine circuit in the cool conditions. So maybe there's a relatively option if they fully hope to be competitive in the Grand Prix tomorrow. Right on to Quattararo together what is another excellent lap. Definitely in the game for a sprint podium and a Grand Prix podium here over the weekend is Quattararo. At the moment in 6th place, following now through turn 8. Let's have a listen to Fabio.
Up and over Lucy Height he comes then, with the face full of KTM as he now jogs down the hill. So one KTM goes wide, up ahead of him. Brad Binder now is right ahead. Coming inside there, Fabio. This is only free practice 2. Right foot comes out for the South African, indicating to Quattararo that Binder is coming up pit lane, and Fabio has now just got the long turn 12 to go. Bump in the middle of that final corner, which is taken in dry conditions here at around about 165 kilometres an hour. And this is the part of the racetrack, I guess, where Quartararo feels most exposed. Down the main straight, and into turn one, interestingly, for Quartararo too. He and Jack Miller both pointing out that the issue they have when they get into turn one is getting that front right eye device disengaged once again. It's not a heavy braking zone into turn one. They want the device down to be as fast as possible down the straight, but then of course if you can't disengage it, you've got to do the entire first sector with your front right eye device locked on.
Very, very close. Once again, as he was on Friday behind Marco Bezzecchi. The problem at the moment is Bezzecchi just head and shoulders faster than anybody else on circuit. Hollis Varga looking for an improvement late on. We'll see him going straight through into Q2 after his brilliance at the end of practice yesterday at 1:27.054. Oh, never got around this wonderful qualified circuit. We pick up the number 44 now. Just up inside the top 10. No, not quite. Up into 12th place. Down into the 127. Once again, the first rider actually just taken the checkered flag as we conclude this 30-minute epic two-session, which looks like it's going to conclude with Bez unbeatable once again.
Very interesting though, isn't it, to see once again how many laps are on this rear tyre that Fabio Quartararo is currently running. He didn't put a full race distance on a soft rear tyre yesterday, so has he been running that soft rear again in this section? He has now done 12 laps, and his last lap was the fastest.
Bezzecchi also is out on a soft rear tyre. Here we now power the crew out of Siberia. What a wonderful section this is around for the pilot through 7 now, right through 8, formerly known as the hay shed. Normally going down the road there on the MotoGP bike through that turn 8. What a weekend it's been for Aprilia in the hands of Bezzecchi and Fernandez. Well, Fernandez once again finds himself fighting for the top 3 in another practice session. He looks like he's going to be a big, big contender for back-to-back front rows for the first time in his MotoGP career. Coming up shortly. Bezzecchi then, high-speed left-hander at turn 12. That's where Richard reports for the highest temperatures in a rear tyre throughout the whole season. You're on the left-hand side of the tyre for so long at such high speed through 12 and so clean angle. The tyre temperature really does go through the roof. So Bezzecchi then completes his 17th lap of the session, and it's been another excellent session as far as Bez and the factory and Prix team are concerned. A 1:27.278 from Bezzecchi, almost a quarter of a second clear of anybody else out on circuit in FP2.
Round for the pilot is a lot. Quarter of a second back from Gian Antonio takes you all the way back to Pedro Acosta in 9th place. So Bezzecchi with a clear step over the rest of the field. He is the clear favourite for pole position, a pole position which you feel with 2 long lap penalties to serve tomorrow afternoon he really needs to take.
There's a familiar theme emerging here for the pilot because the same 5 riders that were in the top 5 yesterday in practice are our top 5 this morning in a slightly changed order. What is not changed though is Marco Bezzecchi's superiority in this Australian Grand Prix. Gian Antonio third on Friday, second kick-off is Saturday with a 1:27.513. All good work produced by Gian Antonio. All good work produced by both of our flying Fabios here in Philip Pilot. Quattararo's put the factory Yamaha in the top 3. Bit of a rodeo ride at times as he was on the power coming out of turn 12. That would have cost him a little bit of time. But he never even backed out of it, just kept the throttle pinned, didn't he, down the garden straight in Quattararo. So Marco Bezzecchi then, untouchable once again here in Australia.
1:27.278 for Bezzecchi, gave him a quarter of a second advantage over Fabio Di Gianantonio. Fabio Quartararo third from Alex Marquez, Raul Fernandez and Fermin Albuquerque, who will see Q1 shortly, alongside Jack Miller, who was 7th, Pecco Bagnaia, who once again discarded his first bike pretty early on in the morning, 8th ahead of Acosta and Binder for KTM, Juan Mir 11th from Thomas Fargo and Frankie Morbidelli, who's also in Q1, has been anonymous so far. Marini, who's Honda went top 14th ahead of John Barker, who crashed his. Miguel Oliveira 16th ahead of Alex Rins, Enea Bastianini, Lorenzo Salvatore and Ayagura. So get a chance for 21st ahead of Marc Marquez, Ducati Substitute and Katie Pirro.
Marco Bezzecchi have taken 2 of our last 3 pole positions and he looks nailed on. Fight for pole here later on this morning at Phillip Island. Comfortably into Q2 yesterday. with that absolutely awesome lap of 126.492, which is almost 3/4 of a second inside of his current brilliant teammate Jorge Martin all-time lap record. Morbidelli for a tough weekend. He's in Q1 for the third race in succession, 13th in that session, aiming the Italian. Matseki though proving once again that he is going to be the rider to catch and the rider to beat here in Phillip Island. Up next, they're always nail-biting, they're always tense, aren't they? Q1 and Q2 in MotoGP to follow shortly in the Grand Prix of Australia. Qualifying time then in MotoGP here at Phillip Island. It's the 19th round of our record-breaking 22 round 2025 World Championship campaign. And thankfully, after what was a pretty miserable and damp start to Sprint Saturday, the sun is shining, some blue sky overlooking the nearby Bass Strait. We're about 120 kilometres an hour away, about a 90-minute drive away from downtown Melbourne, the Sport Madness, of course, of the Australian Open Tennis. Expecting some pretty blustery, some pretty windy conditions at the start of our main race day here tomorrow. As it stands right now, we are set fair for what should be two thrilling qualifying sessions in MotoGP. So far this weekend, there's been a one-rider domination produced by Prix Racing's Marco Bezzecchi. He was in blistering form then on practice Friday to find a 126.492, the fastest ever motorcycle lap around this Phillip Island circuit, putting almost 3/10 of a second clear. Having a brilliant 1-2, Ralph Fernandez flying once again here in Australia. Coming up though, in the opening 50-minute Q1 session, is our most recent winner, the first rookie to win in MotoGP in 4 years, Fermin Aldeguer, fresh off the back of his stunning success in Mandalika. He missed out on a direct place in Q2 by just 5 thousandths of a second. Jack Miller, the home crowd hero, he was 13th fastest yesterday. Coming up in Q1 with Binder, with Mia Zarco, who just had a tumble at turn on the LTO Honda in FP2. Oliveira, Morbidelli, who's got a pretty tough weekend at Gura. Lorenzo Savadorian for Jorge Martin, and Ea Bastianini having a miserable time in Australia. He was 20th yesterday. Michele Pirro replacing the absent world champion Marc Marquez on the Patrick Cat Softcat Chantra. Those are your riders, those are your participants in this upcoming Q1 session. Jack Miller made a great start, a lightning start to his home Grand Prix yesterday, when he led the way at the end of our 45-minute FP1 session. That certainly put smiles on a lot of the Australian fans who make their annual pilgrimage to this part of the world. It's about an hour and a half, 90-minute drive away from downtown Melbourne. 640-metre bridge connects Phillip Island to the Aussie mainland. And perhaps a surprise to see Fermin Aldeguer then coming up in this one session. He was very, very close. I mean, there was nothing in it between him and the Costa in 10th place at the end of practice yesterday, 5 thousandths of a second. Aldeguer is looking to protect what is an incredible qualifying record in his Grand Prix career here in Phillip Island. He's going to have to be going to Minggu because 3 visits in Moto2 was on pole in the loss.
Fourth time the last 5 he's been to Q1, only one of those previous occasions since the summer break has he actually made it through. That was in Misano when he came through to 10th on the grid. He's one of 3 Ducati riders in this Q1 session. We've no disrespect intended to Michele Pirro, you'd be surprised if he advances through. Frankie Morbidelli though, on reputation, on championship position and on the machinery he's on, really should. But we've seen no evidence so far in this Australian Grand Prix weekend to suggest that Morbidelli will be a part of Q2.
Yeah, he's being overrun on the opposite side of that VR40 Ducati garage by Gian Antonio Gigi, a third quickest yesterday, second fastest behind Benz in the earlier FP2 session. Well, that'll, I'm sure, warm the heart of Marc Marquez back at home in Europe. Sadly, of course, missed him with a right shoulder blade fracture after his contact with Marco Bezzecchi on the first lap of Mandalika a couple of weeks ago, which, as a reminder, will see Bears serve a double long left penalty tomorrow in 27-lap Australian Grand Prix. Joe Zarco on screen there. Well, likely he got one bike at his disposal. Just saw Zarco take a tip off at turn 10 right to the tail end of that SP2 session. Trying to manage the lack of stability on that Untitled 213V. Not been the best weekend so far for HRC from a technical point of view. Joan Mir yesterday on the Gardner Straight and this morning in SP2 for Luca Marini, who is directly through to Q2. Both the factory Hondas having what looks like terminal engine failures, maxed out in top gear down the 360 km/h start of the straight.
Well, it certainly looked like John Zarco's calmed down there in the LCR box, but seriously continued to fall that much. So he's looking at the expression on his face, but he's got to focus on the job at hand here in qualifying one. There are 12 riders battling it out for 2 places in qualifying 2. Depending on the evidence we've seen so far this weekend, and the lap that we saw yesterday, we're going to be looking at low 27s as a bit of a bare minimum here for a place in qualifying 2, if not high 26s. Yes, we have had some rain this morning, which might have washed some of the rubber away from this racetrack, but we're already with Bezzecchi doing low to mid 27s from virgin worn rubber in free practice 2. The best news though for everyone in this Q1 session after that early rain this morning is that the track is bone dry for Q1.
Jack Miller then, can he get the Aussie fans singing themselves hoarse in Q1 this morning? He can get himself through into that top 2. Start building up temperature in those tyres. Truly jaw-dropping, the breathtaking Soda corner. Some awesome shots yesterday from that rear camera. We saw Pedro Acosta having a bit of fun going through that third corner. There is Lorenzo Savadori, called upon once again next weekend at the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang, a brilliant confirming in Australia. Unfortunately, Roy Martin taking an extra couple of weeks or so to recover from that severe right collarbone after that first lap sprint crash with Marco Bezzecchi. But Davey, the earliest we're going to see the Martinates back in the saddle on the RSGP will be the Portuguese Grand Prix in Portimao the start of November.
Saw another recently injured rider there coming through the picture a moment ago, Ian Gura, who we didn't see much of. Fair to say yesterday, 18 plates for Gura on a 127.9, although he does feel a lot happier with that injured hand, which forced him to withdraw such painful circumstances, mostly for the whole Grand Prix, and then didn't even start the Indonesian Grand Prix weekend. He's taking a full part in this particular weekend, but it's never been his strongest venue then.
Cool, that Dillon corner, what a bump, isn't it? You can see we've seen a few onboard shots so far this weekend when they're running through there at just shy of 200 kilometres an hour. It's a pretty rapid old corner, so many are in Phillip Island. You can just see the bumps there on board with Aldeguer on the Crescini Ducati. It's going to be the first flying lap then, put in by the Mandalika winner. First gear turn 4 lanes, of course, 2022, after Jack Miller. Right at the top end of the circuit now, where you really do get a bit of a buffeting from the coastal wind. That's the aptly named Siberia, where it's always pretty chilly down there, come rain or shine.
Aldeguer towing Bastianini out, looking at how close they are on the racetrack. We can't see the beats, but he's quicker than Aldeguer at this stage of the lap, which would have surprised many at this stage of the weekend, given how they've been going. Aldeguer through the third sector, once again Bastianini and James quicker. He's around about a second or so behind us on the racetrack, so the beast on his KTM will be picking a bit of pace from the Ducati slipstream when he comes out of turn 12.
Through 12 we go. Look at this corner, fourth gear, just under 170 kilometres an hour before he picks the throttle back up, and then now charging down the Gardner Straight, motoring up towards 350 kilometres an hour. Bastianini then does fire in the reference lap time on 28.649. That's been followed by Zarco. Tom, you're going to need something a lot better than low 28s, that's for sure, to have any prayer of getting yourself through into Q1. And Miller delivers straight away. Jack Miller's first attack is a 127.393, which has got him comfortably at the top of the leaderboard, almost 3/10 clear of his former KTM colleague Brad Binder.
That matching what Miller did yesterday in a 27.3 in practice yesterday afternoon, so perhaps a bit of a cautious, circumspect first effort for Fermin Aldeguer, who's certainly pushing harder now on this second lap. Now round Siberia, just out in the distance as we look out from our commentary box window and now head towards the fierce and fast third sector.
Eight we go to straight marks on some big things of turn 8 already so far this weekend. Joan Mir on the factory Honda. Straight missed out yesterday, felt like the Honda was certainly unstable. Going through some of the high speed sections here in Phillip Island, we pick up the banging then down into the bottom gear, turn 10, a couple of rides on his outside there, just making sure they were not impeding the 2020 World Champion. We've got Sarko heading near Mike. Sarko's Honda might have been punching a bit of clear air ahead of me, and here is Aldeguer then over the line. We'll follow him very, very shortly. 8th at the moment. Aldeguer slots himself on in a P1 on 27.201 from Aldeguer. Still not his best time of the weekend so far. I want to be 7.150 was his best. He just missed out on Q2 yesterday.
Binder takes second place then from his former teammate Miller. Binder also on a 27.2, which is slightly faster. We're talking thousands than he did yesterday. Aki Ayo looks on. Aldeguer then from Binder. Mears best effort at 27.4. He needs to find another 210 yet.
Yeah, Bastianini, he really is having a weekend to forget. It was a pretty solid time he had in Mandalika a couple of weeks ago. At the moment, down in 10th place. Shocking by far. The slowest KTMs out on circuit so far this weekend. Aldeguer making sure that there's nothing to chance. He looks to fight for a 4th pole position in the 4 visits to Phillip Island. As you mentioned, you've got the hat-trick in the last 3 in Moto 2. We pick up the Spaniard, trail braking downhill into turn 10. Careful there not to overload the front. John Zarco did it FP2 earlier on. Well, it's rolled out of it, unfortunately. A shame because Aldeguer was on course potentially for a 27.1, maybe a 26, 26 on the weekend. What about me? 4th place once again. He's tucked in behind Joan Zarco's LCR Honda. Nothing going for me with a PB lap. I'm on 27.442, but not good enough to get him inside that top 2.
For the moment, no Hondas joining Luca Marini in Q2. Marini 7th yesterday and straight through, although he's had, as we've already discussed, a slightly troublesome morning. Alberto Puig watching the 2020 World Champion, who at the moment, as mentioned, needs to find a couple of tenths of a second. Consecutive laps clear on a 127.4.
At the moment, it is Aldeguer and Binder that are in the box seats in terms of Q2 places. Nothing really between the Spaniards and the South Africans. 500ths of a second. There is quite a big gap then between Miller and Binder, second and third. Miller's going to have to find at least a tenth and a half. Needs to trouble that top 2 in his second time attack.
Morbidelli managed to narrowly missed out in qualifying one last time out in Indonesia. He's on course to miss out, and it's not a particularly narrow miss out this time for Frankie at 27.806 for him. He's got to find over half a second if Frankie's going to make his way through the Q2. And it doesn't appear as if he's got any hope of doing so. Jack Miller there with some feedback to his team, trying to find out where he can find those crucial 210s. He's probably going to need a 26 to be absolutely sure of a place in Q2.
Last time out in Mandalika was the first time Morbidelli qualified outside of the top 10 in the whole of 2025. Looks like he might be struggling to force his way into the top 10 as well here this weekend. As it stays as is, Frankie will be on for a season one good position. 17th is a horror show at the moment. And not helped with the confidence that he crashed on the third lap of the weekend. That's not going to really do much for your confidence when you bite the dust in the Durham corner at the start of FP1. I agree with them. He's back out on circuit for a second time attack, closely followed by his former major Moto 2 colleague Sokiat Chandra. We know is going to be staying part of the Honda family in 2026. Not this pattern though, he'll be going with the fresh challenge. Rejecting Honda's factory World Superbike effort.
Very, very close look at his front tyre there when he got off his factory Honda. Currently fourth in on a 27.4, so we've got Zarco and Oliveira, 5th and 6th ahead of Morbidelli. Azura's down to 27.8, which is his fastest lap time of the weekend, to take 8th place, ahead of Salvatore Bastianini. Chantra Williams only been able to find a 29. He's not done a 28 all weekend. He's probably going to need a 27. He's got a 26 to get himself into Q2, so his hopes are remote from here. With Yuki Kuro at 29.3, currently the 12 riders. But that particular Jakarta Nova one that have been used to fighting for pole positions every weekend looks set to be occupying the back of the grid this time.
A potentially weekend-defining 6 minutes or so here, as far as Miller is concerned. Imperative, you feel, if he's going to be in that hunt for the top 6 here in front of his home crowd, but he finds a way into this second qualifying session. He has mentioned that a 10th and a half at least, if he is to nudge Binder and Alligator out of that top 6. Third at the moment, Miller, which would be 13th place on the grid. He has had his qualifying woes of late, so as Jack Miller. Haven't seen him start in front of top 10. That's since he was 10th on the grid in for no. Still like an awful long time ago now, doesn't it? For the pre-match Yamaha rider.
So here we go then with Ferdinand and Kennedy giving him plenty. The Ducati's giving him plenty in response. He was moving around a lot there as he makes his way towards Stoner Corner. So much commitment required through here. And he now makes his way now down to first gear for Miller Curve. He's sticking with the same medium front tyre that he ran in his first run by the looks of it, but brand new fresh rubber on the rear for the 54.
All the riders reporting yesterday as well. That could be a bit of an issue. Alex Marquez, Alligator, the big teammates, said whenever he had a fresh stock rear tyre, he was getting a lot of push on the front on what was a used front tyre. Something you have to factor in here. Get good stuff line through one corner. Corner sort of join up each other so quickly here. Faster than flying for the final circuit. Yellow flags out in second and 2. Down the side or it's Lorenzo Salvadori. Lorenzo Salvadori appears to be
on a hard front tyre.
Factory Aprilia. That factory Aprilia was dished out so much punishment for Jorge Martin in 2025, and that poor Lorenzo Salvadori, we could see that he was lying prone in the gravel trap down at Siberia. Had a lost the front on the hard front tyre on the outlap. Concerns, of course, for Lorenzo Salvadori. Thankfully, that's good news. Good news for Sava because he has got to his feet, but this is going to surely be. He's going to climb with Binder.
Back at KTM.
He's going to climb with Binder. A massive stopping. A stopping on the front end of that MellanaGP. Just getting sucked in behind Binder into Siberia. Real nasty landing that as well for Salvador. No wonder he took a bit of time to compose himself in the gravel trap. That would have slowly knocked the wind out of him. Oh, dear me, that was a real nasty one as far as Salvador is concerned. Hasn't actually, well, he had posted a lap for tonight when that scary incident happened. But Binder got away with one there. I mean, Binder was probably blissfully unaware of all the drama that was unfolding behind him as Morbidelli comes inadvertently through the long lap penalty loop.
Yeah, which has scrapped his lap. He added a personal best through the first sector. Miller lights up the second sector, the fastest sector 2 so far, and he came around up to Siberia just as the yellow flags were cleared. So this lap should count for Jack.
Yeah, we know how good the Yamaha is through these fast and flowing sections. An agile motorcycle doesn't really have any major issues dealing with the windy conditions here as well. But in part, that's all clean as a whistle. And from Miller through 10, left then now through 11, estimated from the Australian decline. This could actually be a Q1 topping time coming in from the 43, full lean angle, and now full power unleashed on that M1 down at the Gardner Straight. Where's this taking Jack Miller? Over the line he goes, he's second, a 127.215. He's not going to be able to push Miller from P2 into Q2.
Well, he said yesterday that what he might have to do on these qualifying laps is not engage the front side device at the start of the lap, but then engage it at the end of the lap where he wants to speed off the straight through the final corner. Zarco is personal best. He goes into 4th place on a 27.3, but he's 2 tenths shy of Q2.
Alligator at the moment. That 127.071 is the Alligator at the top of the Q1 session. He's at the top of it by a pretty deep margin, to be fair, as Alligator, almost a tenth and a half clear of Miller. Binder then pushed out of that top 2 by just 400ths of a second. No favours, as it would be from his former KTM teammate Miller.
Binder is responding though, he's to set the fastest second sector, even quicker than Miller's going. Miller, as you see on the on-screen, is lit up with red in sector 2, but Binder is even faster. Mir is also having a crack at this, trying to put a Honda through the Q2.
Yeah, Mir is just behind Miller, I think he's on the road. So Miller at the moment in 5th place, just 1 place behind fellow Honda rider Zarco.
Okay, getting knocked out here.
Binder then on course for 4. Oh, massive tank slapper for Aldeguer out at the final corner. And now he's going to be looking at Miller and Binder, wondering if he's going to actually be relegated outside of this top 2. Otherwise, Miller will go. Miller stays in 2nd. Oh, how close was that? 9,000 pounds. And Binder does find a PB lap of 127.109. Talk about fine margins. Narrow gaps. Binder just 200ths behind Miller in 2nd place. Oh, that much straight race on coming out of the final turn. Doesn't look like it's going to cost Aldeguer, does it? Because he could have easily been pushed out of Q2 there.
Here's the headset then coming out of the final corner. It's already starting to get loose there, and then as soon as he gets on the curve, he's trying to build the power up, and of course the bike is fighting him on the way out of turn 12. He's just on your screen there a moment ago. The incident involving Victor and Savadori is being investigated by the stewards. Of course, it was difficult to tell with the slow-mo replay we got, but they'll want to know if Victor was going unnecessarily slowly on the way to Siberia.
Siberia is where he is right now. You can see a little bit of debris from Savadori's factory Aprilia in the gravel trap there. So Aldeguer then does have a chance to make 4 poles in 4 years here in Phillip Island, having advanced through that Q1 session. It is by a weaker, not even 400ths of a second, covered your top 3, and it is Aldeguer and Miller as Johan Zarco raging his frustration.
He was on the fastest 2nd sector. He's clearly caught Binder, who was trying to stay out of the way. We saw him on the edge of the racetrack, but clearly wasn't out of Johan Zarco's way. And Zarco's miserable move this morning just got a whole lot worse.
I think there's already under investigation. The incident involving him and Savadori is already under investigation. Well, that surely will be looked at as well. Some real controversy ending this to that session as far as Franz Binder's concerned. Johan Zarco, with some justification, absolutely livid with the replicated factory racing rider, because before he was obviously got fault by Binder on that last lap, he was going to be clearly on course for Q2. So yeah, Binder under investigation now for 2 separate incidents in that Q1 session. One late on involving Zarco when he was on a real hot lap, and one mid-session when Lorenzo Savadori almost tagged the back of the RC16 going into Siberia. This was the aftermath.
We've got a corner earlier than that, don't we? Because it's clearly after. Before that, Zarco was already rolling off there. He clearly seen Binder in the middle of turn 7. That was through the hay shed of 8. And Zarco, whether he would have finished Q2, we'll never know. But he was certainly in touch halfway through that lap. As it is, Zarco starts 15th on the grid.
Look at that. Lucio Cecchiniello stomps away from the screen and sort of walks away very, very frustrated. He paces up the pit wall there. He's so angry because that's just a weekend changer. Zarco will tell us that, well, he had the pace for Q2 and he's going to be starting now in the 15th place. Here's Binder trying to slot his way back onto circuit. Zarco flashing through. Flying through there, and it's just a blur of red, green and white.
And you want to be on the left-hand side of the circuit because you're going right through the hay shed.
Absolutely livid, isn't it? Absolutely livid. There is Binder's KTM mechanics looking on. Simon Crayford looking at 2 separate incidents involving the South African. Spectacular to watch, but that will not be any crumb of comfort as far as Savadori and in particular Johan Zarco are concerned. What Binder, he is all action, he's all aggression, isn't he? On top of that RC16. But will there be some kind of sanction coming his way? For the FY MotoGP stewards who are 4 over, involving the number 33. 127.109 was Binder's best lap in that session. It was dramatic. It was a 15 minutes where it didn't all go according to plan for Binder. He almost washed out the front there. He was right out the marbles at turn 4. You can see the long lap penalty that was on his outside. But Jack Miller, top job. The Aussie fans will have representation then in our upcoming Q2 session. Courtesy of a 127.080 from Miller. Only 9,000 of a second away from seeing him lead that Q1 session.
Sweat terror of Hermine Aldeguer, who contemplated Q2. There was a big gap between Aldeguer and Binder, but Jack Miller is fighting to the relief of the many Aussie fans here Bruno pre-summer break. What a time to achieve that from Miller's point of view. Aldeguer quickest then in a very closely contested Q1 session. 38,000 covered the top three, with only the top two going through. Aldeguer and Miller been the third and under investigation for two separate incidents. Joan Mir fourth ahead of the limit, Johan Zarco, who was punching the air and punching his bike for the second time this morning. Oliveira sixth from Morbidelli, a season's low 17th for him. Agura 8th from Savadori. Bastianini, whose poor weekend shows no sign of improving. So Jack Cantra and Michele Pirro, the only riders behind it.
So the home hero Miller has already produced some home heroics in Q1. Are there more to come in the 15-minute Q2 session coming up shortly, which will involve Fabio Quartararo, Fabio Di Gianantonio, two names that are surely going to be contenders for the front row. Will the two Fabios have some competition from Fermin for pole position here then in round 19 in Australia? It's Fermin Aldeguer, the Mandalika winner. The top of Q1, the Battle of the Pole in Australia, coming up next live. Well, that is a shot, that is a sight which we will never tire of seeing. The brilliant, the wonderful high speed of the Phillip Island circuit, built all the way back in 1956. What a job the original designers did, because it has not been touched since inauguration in the mid-1950s. It is iconic. It is one of MotoGP's classic blue ribbon events, isn't it? The Australian Grand Prix in 2025. We're about to find out. We'll be starting from pole position with the Q2 coming up next here. And a rather blustery Phillip Island. Thankfully though, a dry Phillip Island after there was a little bit of rain that fell on this coastal circuit in Moto3 and in Moto2 practice earlier on this morning. It's a bit breezy. It's certainly a lot cooler and a lot chillier than our last Grand Prix over in Mandalika in Indonesia, but it has not stopped the Aussie fans coming out in droves for their own. John Kelso, Centre Asia's looking really strong and potential podium contenders in Moto3 and Moto2 tomorrow. And Jack Miller will be in the hunt for pole position coming up in Q2 next, having just come through Q1 with Indonesian Grand Prix winner Fermin Aldeguer, which means in the hunt for pole position in Australia and Marco Bezzecchi, who has been dynamite so far here this weekend. Fastest yesterday with a record-breaking 126.492. Fastest this morning in FP2 as well. Also in Q2, Ralph Fernandez trying to make it back-to-back front rows. Di Gianantonio and Quartararo looking strong. Alex Marquez looking to take another giant leap towards second in the World Championship. Rins Marini, who had a rather spectacular engine failure in FP2 this morning down the start finish straight. Paul Espargaro excelling on the KTM Tech 3 machine into Viñales, Bagay and Acosta. They were already running through yesterday, joined by Aldeguer and Miller. Well, it's been the Bezzecchi show so far here this weekend in Phillip Island. Bezzecchi on pole position already so far this year at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. 2 poles in the last 3 Grand Prix. One, of course, in front of his home crowd in Misano. He was our most recent pole starter last time out in Mandalika, so looking for his 3rd pole in the last 4 Grand Prix. And, of course, some rather sad news to bring in. Last bit of news we wanted to be bringing you. The 3 riders that started on the front row of the grid here in Phillip Island last year. Jorge Martin from pole position. Marc Marquez from the front row. Of course, there was the tear-off drama in the Grand Prix, which dropped half back to 13th before he came through, taking 4th MotoGP success here in Australia last year. And Maverick Viñales, top 3 on the grid here last year, all sadly sidelined through injury.
Well, just to re-emphasise what I said in free practice 2 earlier on this morning, this feels like a pole position that Marco Bezzecchi really needs to take. 2 long lap penalties await him in tomorrow's Grand Prix. And if he's going to overcome those, the best way of doing that is to take pole position and then have the opportunity to lead early in the race, set his pace, mitigate the penalties, and come back further into the pack and have fewer riders to overtake. So from Marco Bezzecchi's point of view, yes, he's got the clear, obvious pace advantage so far this weekend, which will certainly benefit him in the sprint this afternoon when he is penalty free. But one thing Marco Bezzecchi cannot afford is a mistake in his Q2 session. The only way of overcoming his obvious handicap tomorrow is to start at the very front.
Great to see such a heavy Yamaha presence in this Q2 session. Coming up next, Fabio Quartararo has looked bang on form all weekend. Will he take the risk and run the soft rear tyre in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow? Alex Rins has safely through a monster in Yamaha yesterday as well in 6th place. And having negotiated that trip to Q1, Jack Miller also joining the field. Well, it's a spectacular sight to the fast straight nestled next to this Phillip Island circuit. So many Jack Miller fans that have made the trip south first since we saw the 30-year-old Australian from Townsville start a MotoGP race on the front row of the grid. That was the Japanese Grand Prix in Motegi back in 2023. Has a podium finish here previously in front of his own crowd. In memorable fashion in 2019 when he was third at the Maritigal last lap crash. So here we go then. Q2 underway then here in the Phillip Island. Pedro Costa, he can get on with business. He will lead the field out of pit lane then to start this 15-minute session.
What a Pecco Bagnaia in this Q2 session. We haven't spoken about it much as a genuine front row contender here this afternoon because we're not entirely sure that he is. But we get confirmation of news that is just reaching us here in the commentary box. The schedule has been altered for tomorrow. Due to the weather forecast in Phillip Island, the decision has been made to move the timetable for Sunday 1 hour later. So every session tomorrow is going to take place 1 hour later than previously scheduled, which means that the Moto3 race will begin at midday. Moto2 and Formula 150 you can now see on your screen. The MotoGP race in attention to dodge the worst of the wind tomorrow will now start at 3 p.m. local time tomorrow.
Adjust your travel plans accordingly, folks. Adjust your arrival times here in Phillip Island accordingly tomorrow. 21 laps then, the race action will get underway for Moto3 at midday. That's noon. The MotoGP Warm Up. Some of you like to get in early and catch the Premier Class riders in action, prepping for the Grand Prix. That'll be at 10:40 a.m. Local time. There was a few suggestions. The riders met the safety commissioner last night about the possibility of repeating 2023, moving the Australian Grand Prix to this afternoon's schedule to maybe avoid the worst of tomorrow's conditions. It looks like the strongest and the worst of the wind that's going to flood the Phillip Island will have cleared through the morning by tomorrow. I mean, early on in the morning, about 10, 11 a.m. is when there was wind. So those 70 was now predicting us we're really going to back to Phillip Island. So that's why the adjusted weather forecast and the wind is expected to tail off quite significantly as the day progresses. So that's the reason why we've got that slightly adjusted race schedule.
And we are still expecting much warmer conditions tomorrow afternoon. We have at the moment currently only around 40 degrees air temperature. We're expecting air temperature around 22-23 degrees for the Grand Prix tomorrow. That would have been the one concern of moving the race later in the afternoon is the potential drop in temperatures, but that should not be an issue.
Well, we all get a lie in then now tomorrow, don't we? Which I'm sure will be a welcome relief to a few of the party goers in downtown Cow tonight. They've been enjoying themselves as they always do, come rain or shine here on the Phillip Island. So many fans making the annual pilgrimage down to this spectacular circuit here in Siberia. It was right there towards the back end of last year's sprint where a real nasty little vicious off-throttle high side put Pedro Acosta out of the 2024 Australian Grand Prix. No dramas this time around for Acosta as he negotiates that through turn 6.
Like you can see on your screen, Miller on a worn soft rear tyre, caused David one remaining new rear tyre for the second run of Q2. So don't expect too much necessarily from Jack Miller on this first run. Expect plenty though from Marco Bezzecchi back down the road. Surely we're going to be back in the 26s in this Q2 session. Yeah, we begin to speculate about 25. I don't think we would have speculated before yesterday got underway, but Bezzecchi has moved the goalposts on so far this weekend. Acosta's first lap is a 27.2, already beaten by Alex Marquez.
Yeah, Jack Miller that pre-weekend, what he thought pole position might be, he said, I think we might see a 126.8. That was immediately demolished by Marco Bezzecchi. It was a 126.580 to destroy Roy Martin's all-time lap record, and then just for good measure he went even quicker as if to sort of stamp his authority even more over the Australian Grand Prix weekend to find a 126.492. Alex Marquez is early on that got himself into provisional pole. Yesterday we had an Aprilia 1-2. Might get another Aprilia at the top as Ralph
Alex
Hernandez.
Marquez down outside the control. It is Alex Marquez down at Miller Corner where he crashed into Jack Miller a few years ago. Alex Marquez, your current provisional pole sitter on the deck.
Look at this from Aldeguer. Top in the Q1. 3 visits to Philip Island in Moto 2. He took pole position in all of them, including a brilliant last gas victory over Aaron Kinnett here last year. Look at this from Aldeguer. We're going to track it now. Through the final corner. Elbow down he goes. Through turn 12. Now gets the power. He had a big tank cover right in the Q1 coming down this particular section of the circuit. Aldeguer up into 8 for the 127.676. Bezzecchi and the Costa on the charge. So too is Polis Fargo. It's the Costa who you pick up now, charging out of that final corner. Just behind him is Jack Miller, who's up into second place here. A Costa on the front of that. Miller up into pole. Jack Miller, what a barnstormer. The home crowd will all be going ballistic right now. Miller with a 126.885. Top of the pile.
Polis Fargo in the second KTM who's done a 26.995 to take second place. Bezzecchi really punished by being the last rider on the racetrack, so he called the yellow flags for Alex Marquez's crash.
Well, I just said Jack Miller predicted pole position was going to be 126.8 on Thursday.
Well, he's
right.
right.
He's bang on the money right now. Accurate prediction, although that is likely to change. Here comes Ralph Hernandez, looking for back-to-back front row starts in 2025. He is indeed on course for that, up into P3. A track out to Prix rider with a 127 flat.
Congratulations, you predicted that for a row in this hand at the moment. Jack Miller, Polis Fargo, Ralph Hernandez. You have to go back a long way from the last time Polis Fargo was on the front row of the grid. You have to go back surely to 2020. Here comes Fermin Aldeguer then into the final couple of corners. He lost so much time here on his previous lap, perhaps with the thought of that head stake he had late in Q1 in his mind. Can Aldeguer, if he keeps that .9092, that would put him on the front row of the grid.
Looking on the best test in that second section, because he was fast through the first turn now. Lost 5 seconds. Aldeguer then up into P4. Silverstone, British Grand Prix 2021, the last time Polis Fargo started on the front row. This will be some awesome job by Polis Fargo. Last week he was on a shopping trip in the Big Apple in New York with his wife. This is the reason why Bezzecchi's last lap went all awry. He was up through the first sector at this point. Pecco Bagnaia headed him on the 63 factory. Big catch.
I think he goes in quite hard there. He's angry there. He nearly runs into Marini. Marini's doing nothing wrong though. He's on the outside of the racetrack. I think it's more Bagnaia that got in the way of Bezzecchi, who's absolutely raging. It's been a scrappy start to this session. He's caught by the Alex Marquez yellows at turn 4 on the lap before this, and then found traffic on his next lap.
Well, we know how Bezzecchi and Bagnaia look to have been a trash talking behind the scenes. They are the ultimate trash talkers, self-styled themselves. Oh well, there's going to be some trash talking in there after that particular incident. Frustrated there in the extreme was the Marco Bezzecchi. Alex Marquez was in P1 when he exited into the Miller corner at turn 4. A few moments to go. Jack, what's going on?
Yeah, good news for Alex. It's a low speed off, which means there's minimal damage. With brake protection inside fairing, which is just taken off the number 2 machine, and that should be it. Foot peg as well, I think they're just checking that looks okay. It's just removing the dirt off of it. So the good news for Alex Marquez is going to be able to get back out there on his number 1 machine.
That's news as far as Brazilian racing are concerned. It is, because Aldeguer, thanks for the update, Aldeguer has gone up into second place, set the exact same lap time at 126.995 over Polis Fargo. Still Miller with a pretty healthy advantage of over a tenth of a second in that battle for pole position. Miller's last pole position was 3 years ago at Misano in 2022. His last front row, as I mentioned, 2023 at the Japanese Grand Prix. It's been a long time since Miller has been fighting for the front row.
Well, the Alex Marquez crash, quite a long way around the Miller hairpin. We know the whole circuit after Miller can convert pole position here. That was the incident that brought up the yellow flags, which trashed Bezzecchi's first time lap, and the next one, of course, was fought by Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia himself is 10th at the moment, 1 place ahead of Bez.
That's a classic turn 4 exit crash. Lose the front just as you start to tap the power back in, feed the throttle back in, and just unload the front tyre, and down you go. The incident involving Bezzecchi and Bagnaia is going to be looked at on the brakes, then going into the Miller corner. The F1 MotoGP stewards have had their hands full in that qualifying session so far. Brad been under investigation twice in Q1. Through Stoner corner we go. You still see motoring at this point of the circuit, aren't you? Then Bezzecchi comes up on Pecco Bagnaia. Got a little bit startled there, didn't he? as Bez charged on his inside, and Luca Marini, in fact, Bez and Marini were pretty fortunate not to make contact there.
Yeah, everyone who was ahead of Bezzecchi was all backing off. So those are two of Marco Bezzecchi's very best friends, Luca Marini and Pecco Bagnaia, that he's waving and swearing at on the outside of Miller corner. So all of them with work to do here. Bezzecchi down in 11, Bagnaia 10th. Marini's the happiest of those along. He's up in 5th.
Just like that, Ben just going, mamma mia, inside his helmet. Look at that
Much stronger.
trash talking, trash shouting he'll be after this session. Bezzecchi denied pole position. It has proved costly as Miller goes off-roading. At the moment, Bezzecchi was a red hot favourite for pole position down in 11th place.
Miller's out lap, but he's gone off the track, so he needs to clean those tyres up before he starts the lap there. Where is that Miller on the racetrack? He is somewhere in the second sector, we believe. So he might have been off in Siberia, but either way, he needs to clean those tyres up. Of course, he now has his one remaining fresh sub-free tyre available to him.
Be careful as well, because Bells will be pretty damp and wet grass as he made his way back onto the circuit. Alex Marquez then now looking to bounce back from his turn 4 crash. Spray marks on the right hand side of that graffiti bearing. Well, Fernandez then so close to get another front row. Over 100 he is currently behind Polis Fargo. Miller without a pole position in 3 years. Polis Fargo without a front row in 4 years. Well, we said it was going to be a bit unpredictable, a bit wild and hard to call here in Phillip Island with no Marquez, no Martin, no Viñales, and it is going to the script, and we love it.
Miller went off at turn 2, by the way. He was in the first sector. He just came past us through his own Miller hairpin, so he has got plenty of time to clean those tyres up and build some temperature before he starts his next flying lap.
Riding the bumps as he put that Aprilia on his right hand side going through the Newark corner. That second is a real big 4 minutes. Not one was in the master plan at all. Down in 11th place at the moment is Ben. He's got a real strong first sector. Another big head shake. Nervous that Aprilia looks underneath Ben so far this morning. Drops anchor then now into turn 4. Bit of chatter on the front end there as well. As you squeeze the hand for the brake on that Aprilia. Alex Rins charging on behind Bezzecchi because Rins is trying to go here with the Aprilia star. Bez, Acosta, Ralph Fernandez all on strong lap.
Well, we know Ben can do a 26.4. He won yesterday. He's going to need something like that to snatch pole position away here. Because surely everyone's going to go faster. Acosta going very quickly halfway around the lap. Bezzecchi now up and over Mookie Heights and dropping down into turn 10 where the third sector is completed. And it's a good third sector for Bezzecchi, but he's not got a lot of time to play with.
Acosta pole position back in Japan last year, and he's looking really strong. Right on the money here, isn't he? The 21-year-old Spaniard, he'll flick it left now, going through turn 11. It looks like at the moment it could be Bez Acosta shoots out for pole position. Quattarara's also on a really good lap. In fact, Quattararo follows the first sector by only 2/10. Ralph Fernandez, Bezzecchi finds a 1:26.565, so close to his own all-time lap record. Acosta up in 2 seconds. Bezzecchi then 3/10 clear of Acosta in second. Miller now clinging on to a home the front row. He's on the front row in third place by just 300 for a second. Alex Marquez down again. That's a big one. That's into the Dillon corner. A couple of barrel rolls through the gravel trap for the number 73, and then he is third. That is a real nasty one there. High speed get off that into the first corner for Alex. And to the moment he just crossed the line and set the 4th fastest time of the session.
One, the heart of the corner there, front end watches, fortunately, plenty of space there for Alex Marquez to crash into, but understandably breathing very heavily there in the turn 1 gravel trap. That will have taken the wind out of his sails, and it's certainly taken away any hope of Alex Marquez starting on the front row of the grid.
He's going back down to the gearbox, and you just saw the front tuck. Was it a little bit wider off line when he caught out by the bumps? Was it a gust of wind that just picked up that front tyre? That happens so often here in Phillip Island. Bezzecchi is not done here, is he? He is not done at all. 1:26.492 set yesterday was his own all-time lap record. Now that's under a real big threat. This could be a 26.3 from Bez. Ralph Fernandez trying to put himself back on the front row, stays in fifth. Over the line, Bez goes. It's a 1:26.496, 4 thousandths of a second outside his all-time lap record set yesterday. Surely, with 90 seconds of the session remaining, Bez has got his third pole in the last 4 Grand Prix, safe and secured.
Biden has really suffered through these yellow flags. It's Quattararo. He watched the lap before the yellows came out. and then called the yellows for Alex Marquez's crash, who is now fortunately walking as he now expects the damage to his Brazilian Ducati. So Quartararo is going to get one more shot at this. He's down in 10th place. Pecco Bagnaia is still down in 11th.
Antonio, who was third yesterday, second this morning, expecting more from Bezzecchi once again rehearsed his long lap excursion. He'll have to do 2 of those, of course, in the main Grand Prix over 27 laps tomorrow. Bagnaia, then, last flying lap incoming for the doubles world champion. Got lower than 4th in his last 4 Grand Prix here in Australia. 3 podiums in the last 3, that includes as well. Just to try and minimise damage to those long laps will follow now. Bagnaia, no, he's rolled out of it. He fancied that already. I think he just had a bit of a moment there, some movement on the front end. There was, yeah, just didn't want to commit because he smelled trouble brewing.
On the 4th row of the grid in 11th place. Now Prince is behind him, is not improving, so Bagnaia will only stay in 11th. The big threat though to Gian Antonio Marini and Quartararo. Quartararo and Jack Miller have just set the fastest second sector.
Watchalong then has threatened the big lap. He's threatened a front row polished binder of his briefly was looking on course for his first front row start in 4 years. What a fairy tale that would have been for the KTM ride. He's taking the checker black. Best pole can be is 7th. Bezzecchi, we know, has also taken the checker black. Here comes the Gian Antonio Marini powering down the start to finish straight. Marini's up into 8th. Quartararo, this is going to be super close, isn't it? Likewise for Jack Miller. Marco Bezzecchi, 126.496. All of a sudden, looking to be under real threat here. Quartararo powers the factory Yamaha down the Gardener's Straight, and he's pinched it. What a lap! What a brilliant lap by Fabio Quartararo. He has taken pole position. The 20 fans are delirious. A 1:26.465 is a new all-time lap record. Massimo Rivola, a clear boss, looks on with nothing but admiration and respect for the flying Frenchman Fabio Quartararo, who looks like he's taken pole by just 300ths of a second. At the end of all the drama, yet he realises that he has done it. A show-stopping lap time that by Fabio Quartararo. And after all the drama, all the chaos, out of Q1 and on the front row of the grid for the first time in over 2 years, it's the home hero with a heroic performance on sprint Saturday so far. Jack Miller in 3rd place. What a session. 2 Yamahas on the front row of the grid here in Phillip Island.
You have to go back a long way to find the last time 2 Yamahas on the front row of a MotoGP grid. It was going to take something special to beat Marco Bezzecchi this morning. Well, Fabio Quartararo is something very, very special. A new all-time lap record for the 2021 World Champion. His 5th pole of the season. Pole number 21 in MotoGP for FQ20.
That was absolutely phenomenal by Fabio Quartararo. He nailed the perfect lap there at the end of that session at 1:26.465. That's half a second faster than what he managed to knock on the door of the top 3 in practice yesterday. He is pure class. He is pure quality, isn't he, the Frenchman? 2 Yamahas then on the front row of the grid. Jack Miller in 3rd place. First time in 4 years he's happened in 2021. Absolutely unbelievable performance by Thriller Miller. Heard by Jack coming out of Q1, which is one of the toughest challenges of a Grand Prix weekend these days, given how deep the talent pool is in MotoGP. Miller did it though, second behind Albuquerque, and he's on the front row of the grid for the first time in over 2 years. Stunning performance by Miller. Ralph Fernandez almost making it back to back front rows in 4th. Acosta drops back to 5th. Fermin Albuquerque is in 7th place. 2 crashes in that session for Alex Marquez. He still somehow finds himself at the back of the 2nd row in 6th place. 749 days since his last front row was taken in 2023. As I said, Miller on your front row.
And for the first time in 98 Grand Prix, there is no Ducati on the front row of the grid. The first Ducati is Alex Marquez, despite 2 crashes, in 6th place.
Pedro Acosta, we always know that they're running a light fuel low at the end of those Q2 sessions. Acosta looks like he's run out of juice. 5th place for Pedro Acosta. Well, some session that, wasn't it? Ducati's front row streak is ended. It was always going to come at some point. They'd like to have extended it into the triple figures. Well, you always felt coming into this weekend with no Marc Marquez, no Jorge Martin, that he was going to free up space inside that top three, because somebody was going to seize the opportunity, seize the moment, and Fabio Quartararo hasn't seized the moment, and he has seized pole position in quite stunning fashion here in Phillip Island. Yeah, you can see how hard he has to work for it. You know, Fabio Quartararo was on his absolute limit, getting everything out of himself and that Y-Star M1, a 126.465, a lap for the ages here from the Frenchman in Australia.
Well, it wasn't already a big opportunity for Fabio Quartararo this weekend. It just got even bigger. Bezzecchi, of course, second next to him with his 2 long lap penalties. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who we thought was a real contender to potentially win this weekend, he's back in 10th place. Don't rule out this man though, Pedro Acosta, even if his KTM is no longer running, he's very much in the game, starting on row 2.
Well, he was on a gas machine last year, no gas on this occasion as far as Pedro Acosta is concerned, fifth on the grid. 2 Yamahas in on the front row for the first time in 4.5 years. Watchalong on pole. Jack Miller in front of his home crowd in third place. Can they quite believe what they're just bidding to Yamaha? Let's find out from the boss, Paolo Provecia. What a session, Jack.
Yeah, incredible job by Yamaha. The guys just telling this first time in over 4 years you've had 2 bikes on the front row of the grid. Fabio doing it again, and what a moment for Jack here at Phillip Island.
I'm super happy. Fabio was great. Was it yellow flag? Finally, the last lap was just perfect, and I'm super happy for Jack as well. He's on TV, and he was close to many times in the last race. He was a moment of speed, but this is a great boost for him in front of the home crowd.
Great job, well done.
Got it.
A massive boost for Miller in front of his home crowd. The Aussie fans have not witnessed one of their own starting a MotoGP race from the front row since Casey Stoner all the way back in 2012. The last of Stoner's 6 successive victories here at Phillip Island, a track which he made his own. It was all the case of that period of Casey's career where we kind of jetted down to Phillip Island, sort of wondering who was going to finish second behind the then Wizard of Oz, Fabio Quartararo, though. He has delivered some absolute top draw qualifying laps so far this season. That has to be right up there as well. Another all-time lap record. Terminal de Guerre looks a little bit frustrated. He was maybe dealing with a little bit of muscle issue in that right arm, as you can just see with his thumb there, squeezing the bicep. It's hard work keeping control of the 300 horsepower MotoGP bike around Phillip Island. So much movement, so physical with the wind that you have to contend with as well. Aldeguer then, it needs to be our first rookie in 12 years since Marc Marquez in 2013 to win back-to-back MotoGP races. He's going to have to do it from the head of the third row in 7. Well, it's his first front row start in 2 years. Put him a great fight for pole position. It's Aussie, isn't it? Jack Miller on the front row in front of his home crowd. Let's hear his thoughts with another Jack.
Jack back onto the front row, and what a place to do it as well. Here at Phillip Island, the first time these guys are going to be able to cheer on an Aussie on the front row since Casey Stoner. Just how good does this feel? Just how good does this feel? Wow, how good does this feel? Well, yeah, no, it's unreal. Obviously, I was a bit disappointed with how yesterday went yesterday afternoon. You know, I felt like we had great speed from the get-go, and just lacked those little improvements that we needed yesterday afternoon, but we went, you know, put our head down last night and able to get the bike to where I needed it basically this morning. Thankfully we had that dry time this morning, and nah, it's awesome. I mean, the Aussie fans are out here in numbers. It's unreal to see, and you know, to be back on the front row and honestly on a bike that we can fight today and tomorrow. So no, I'm looking forward to it. See what we can get out, you know, try and keep our nose clean. I've got the rearview mirrors on for toning up for down at Miller Corner. Hopefully, you know, we don't repeat that. Should be a good day. Brilliant, man. Well done. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, let's hope it's a great Sunday, because it's been a stunning and superb Saturday so far, hasn't it? For Jack Miller and his army of Aussie fans who have come to watch him here in Phillip Island. First front row since Japan 2023. Can he tomorrow make it his first podium since that third place in a red the Spanish Grand Prix back in 2023? More pressing battles, of course, coming up this afternoon. Jack will be a 13-lap Tissot sprint, where he'll be looking for just his third sprint podium. This is wife Ruby. Proud of her man's work in that unbelievable session. One of the best interviews we've had of the season so far. We've had plenty of them, haven't we now? Only 19 Grand Prix in 2025. Jack Miller then on the front row. Marco Bezzecchi, well, he was absolutely stunning, wasn't he, on Friday? So close to a third pole in the last 4 Grand Prix. He'll start second, and he's with Jack.
Marco, another brilliant lap in what looked like a really tricky section. You had to dig deep with that final time attack, but I imagine job done being on the front row.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm happy because the target was to reach the first 2 rows as always, and we grabbed the first one, so it's even better. Of course, after yesterday, I was confident that I could do a good lap time, and fortunately, I confirmed myself similar to yesterday. The condition was a bit more tough this morning, but the performance was good, so happy, and now we can focus on the sprint. Great job, well done. Thank you very much.
He's certainly fast, he's certainly consistent in Bezzecchi. Just 4,000th of a second between his best time in practice yesterday and the time he just produced in Q2 to finish a close second to Fabio Quartararo. That's front row start number 16 in MotoGP for the 26-year-old Italian, but he keeps on producing these awesome qualifying laps in 2025, doesn't he? An all-time lap record and yet another stunning pole for Fabio Quartararo, who's the Jack.
Fabio, you've done it again. You've dug deep and found the most incredible lap time after a tough period. How nice does it feel to be back in Park Ferme, back on pole position?
Yeah, really nice. It was a long time since Assen, but yeah, today is a really special one because I didn't feel ready to make really a 26.4. The goal was to make 26.7, more or less, so I'm super happy, and also I think that our base is not so bad, so focus on the sprint, and let's try to make a great first lap. That will be really important.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Another great job by Fabio Quartararo. Great job and a great morning for Yamaha. 2 Yamahas on the front row of the group for the first time since Assen all the way back in 2021. A MotoGP grid which will not feature the Ducati for the first time since Valencia all the way back in 2020. All-time lap records being broken for fun, aren't they, so far here this weekend? Just under 300 inside Bezzecchi's best time from yesterday. We've not seen a single 126 lap in Grand Prix history around this fully piloted track. Well, we have been blessed with dozens of them already so far this weekend. That's the realisation. That's when, with the big rig, comes big reward as far as Quartararo is concerned. Pole position number 21 in his MotoGP career. 24th time that Quartararo will start from pole position in his World Championship campaign. Diego Gabellini is the crew chief there, offering his congratulations. South Special riding out on top of that Wistar M1. Fabio Quartararo then heading tomorrow for what would be his first MotoGP victory back to the ring back in 2022. And of course, this afternoon over 13 laps, I'm sure you're going to join us 3 PM local time. Fabio Quartararo from pole position bidding for what would be his first ever sprint success.
Well, it was Yamaha versus Aprilia in the end in that Q2 session. Quartararo beats Bezzecchi to pole position. Jack Miller, a very crowd-pleasing third. Raul Fernandez very much in the game too from fourth. Top KTM and Pedro Costa. Experienced Alex Marquez after one slow crash and one very fast one. Sixth ahead of Fermin Aldeguer and Paul Espargaro. Luca Marini top Honda ninth. Fabio Di Gianantonio, he's going to have to make up some serious ground to win from 10th. Bagnaia 11th from Alex Rins and Brad Binder, who is under investigation for 2 Q1 incidents. Joan Mir 14th ahead of John Zarco. Miguel Oliveira and a season's worth 17th for Frankie Morbidelli. Iagura lines up 18th ahead of Lorenzo Salvatore. A miserable weekend continues for Enea Battini in 20th place. Dominic Chantra and Katie Pirro will line up behind him. As far as the BMW M Award is concerned, well, Marc Marquez, of course, not here, but he does have one hand on those keys now to a brand new M1 with 3 weekends to go. He's 59 points clear of Alex Marquez.
how special, how good of a talent is Fabio Quartararo. He just delivered that scintillating pole position here in Phillip Island on a motorcycle which was almost 15 kilometres down through the speed trap compared to the fastest bike in that Q2 session. Just remarkable once again. Just giving clear indication of the pure products of Quartararo. Only Yamaha did 339 kilometres through the speed trap. Best in that Q2 session was Colin Spiger on 364 kilometres. Almost 15 k's down on that Gardner straight. It is Fabio Quartararo who through the fastest flying corners of Phillip Island delivered something truly, truly special once again. Fabio Quartararo then bidding for his first sprint victory later on this afternoon on Sprint Saturday. He will get to try and achieve that accomplishment from pole position. What a Q2 session here with Aussie home hero Jack Miller on the front row. It's a sprint and Grand Prix here in Australia. You are not going to want to miss. Which rider is going to take a gigantic leap towards glory?
Round 11, the penultimate round of the 2025 Motor FIM Superbike World Championship comes from the iconic Circuito Estoril. The historic venue, situated just off Portugal's Atlantic coast, has seen plenty of drama in recent years, including several last lap passes. The title is on the line at the ESMA Estoril round, and it's sure to be a weekend full of drama. Razgalioglou holds a 36-point lead heading into Estoril, with Nicolo Bulliger in P2. Lots of news to bring you ahead of Estoril. Miguel Oliveira will join BMW for 2026 as Danilo Petrucci's teammate. At Honda HRC, Jake Dixon and Sofia Chatra will replace Iker Lecuona and Xavi Vierge. On Friday at Estoril, it was announced that Ryan Vickers would leave Motor Corsa at the end of the 2025 season. Iker Lecuona was declared fit at Estoril. He's making his comeback from injuries sustained at Wallace Park. However, Danilo Petrucci was declared unfit after FP1 after suffering a fracture to his fourth metatarsal in a Prix gym training accident. Sam Lewis was declared fit after FP3. He has been suffering with chest contusions in a training accident, and Dominic Esther also did not take part at Estoril. He injured his hand while training. There are two wildcards on the grid, Tetsuya Nagashima for Honda and Bobby Fong coming across from Moto America after he finished third in the championship. The final piece of news is that Yamaha, having produced a concession at Estoril, they can now run a higher fuel flow rate by 0.5 kilograms an hour. It was a record-breaking Tissot Super Bowl session. Razgat Yoglu posted a phenomenal 1 minute 34.203 claim home ahead of title rival Nico Bulliger. He was also under the existing lap record. Alvaro Bautista completed the front row. He'll go from P3. Pole for Razgat Yoglu ahead of title rival Bulliger is what El Turco said after taking P1.
I'm really happy, but also I'm surprised when I see the lap time, because the second one I use a C2 front tire, but I'm not really happy, but I see the lap times incredible.
Xavi Flores was on hand to give out Razgat Yoglu's latest watch for pole position, but now the attention was turning to the race. It would be a pivotal weekend in the championship fight. Razgat Yoglu leading Bulliger, the only two left in the championship battle. Who would come out on top in race one? Find out next.
Stop. I don't think it's stop. There's no stop. You can't stop, won't stop.
Victories in Aragon a fortnight ago. Niccolo Bulliger has moved on to 487 points. That's 3 more than his 2024 finishing total. Bulliger's now earned more podiums and more wins than he did finishing world number 2 last year, when Toprak Razgat Yoglu missed 2 rounds and still won the title by 43 points. Toprak's advantage was 44 points at his peak after Saturday in Motorland. That gap is now 36 points, with 2 rounds remaining. Alex Raby and Steve English for race 1 of the Eikma Estoril round. Toprak's first chance to seal the 2025 crown, although he would need to outscore Bulliger by 26 points this weekend. Race 1 of the 2025 Eikma Estoril round gets underway. Niccolo Bulliger with a good jump already alongside Toprak Razgat Yoglu. Alvaro Bautista trying to slot in as well. Jonathan Ray under siege from Andrea Locatelli, his teammate at turn 1. Ray holds on to the position. Big incident further back.
Nagashima.
Sabtu as well involved there, as Niccolo Bulliger tries to recover against Toprak Razgat Yoglu. There goes Jonathan Ray lunging down the inside. He's got to because Alex Lowe is alongside him and challenging for fourth. And Ray clips the back of Bautista, moves across the path of Alex Lowe, somehow manages to hold on to the bike, but Alex Lowe's almost alongside Ray now for fourth position. So a chaotic opening lap. Razgat Yoglu leads Bulliger. Bautista's still there. Then it's Jonathan Ray who's made a good jump from the outside of the second run.
Trying to back there into 6.
Niccolo Bulliger comes through on Toprak Razgat Yoglu, who's held out wide. Alvaro Bautista with the jump to slot through. Ducati briefly 1 and 2. But it's Alvaro Bautista's been challenging these two for some time. First time he's qualified up on the front row of the grid, of course, this season. And Alex Lowe through on Jonathan Ray for fourth position. Bautista eventually has to swap back in, but this is a good opportunity for Bautista to challenge Razgat Fioglu. Meanwhile, he's under pressure from Alex Lowe. Lowe comes through. Ray wants to swing back against Bautista. Lowe's is slightly off the line. Jonathan Ray squirming and squirreling, almost gets alongside Bautista. Red flag brings the race to a premature stoppage on the opening lap. Not too much of a surprise. Still got 3 bikes in that area of the track. So we will have a premature stoppage to what has been a chaotic start to race 1, to say the least. So for those of you who are new to our format, effectively that race start didn't happen. We go back to the original grid position. The only thing we do lose is the 1 lap of the race. So when we do get started, it'll be a 20-lap race. Here's what happened.
Yeah, and you can see on the run down in towards the first corner, Pisani stopped there, comparatively speaking, on that run into first corner. There was also an issue for Ika Lecuona, because Lecuona's running down to turn 1 looking over his shoulder. So there's a couple of different things that happened there that have probably brought the group all together, but certainly for everyone, you can have a look at the right-hand side of this shot, and you can see for Pisani, he's lost the front, and that's where he doesn't have his drive. Taz McKenzie ends up getting a big impact on his side there. That's what ended up damaging his bike as well, and you can see for Pisani there just looking to be able to get away with that one as well, because Nagashima's bike ends up ghost driving through there, and luckily all the riders seem to be okay after it, but there's obviously a bit of work to be done to improve now.
3 laps not completed. It was a full restart in race 1. All riders involved in the accident were eligible to restart. But Sabtu did not leave pit lane in time, so he started from the back of the grid for the restart. Second time of asking, now over 20 laps. Race 1 of the 2025 Eikler Estoril round gets underway for a second time. Good launch from Jonathan Ray. All start from Xavi Pierque. Ray almost alongside the Ducati already in the run down to turn 1. Another great start from Andrea Locatelli, and this time he will get ahead of Jonathan Ray. Toprak Razgat Fioglu ends up down in third, but super start from Andrea Locatelli, who is actually challenging Toprak now and moves into the podium places. Toprak on the back foot on the opening lap of the restart. He's down to 4th position.
Yeah, Toprak with that change to the front tyre, maybe a little bit cautious on the opening lap, but he's got a lot of work to do, as you can see from Jonathan Ray attacking as well.
Jonathan Ray through on Toprak Razgat Fioglu as well as they make their way through turn 4. And Ray now going off after his teammate Andrea Locatelli for a provisional place on the podium. And of course, Toprak's challenge now is that all of the riders around him are scrapping for podium spots too. They're not going to make it an easy ride for him. Razgat Fioglu just about gets it stopped through the Parabolica Interior to repass Jonathan Ray and back up into 4th place. Ray wide and out all over the curve as Alex Lowe challenges him for 5th position. Next in line for Toprak Razgat Fioglu to attack Andrea Locatelli for 3rd, but it's Alvaro Bautista who leads on lap number 1 with Nicolo Bulliga in 2nd place. Razgat Fioglu diving down the inside of Andrea Locatelli and running him out wide. This is an opportunity for Jonathan Ray now on the cutback, just as he did in the opening staging of this race before the red flag, and Ray comes through for 4th position. Locatelli back down to 5th.
Toprak all across up and they're running tonight, but able to make that move 6. The reason that he likes that harder front tyre is the added support and a little bit of difference in the structure of it, just to give him that confidence on the entry into corner. So it's a big step for Razgat Fioglu to have opted to go for that softer front tyre.
Alvaro Bautista leads a lap for the first time since Phillip Island. Nicolo Bulliga 2nd place at the start of lap number 2. Toprak Razgat Fioglu 3rd with Jonathan Ray, Andrea Locatelli and Alex Lowe in behind.
Yeah, and you can see the front 6. They've got Xavi Pierque and Remy Gardner there with them. Ray leading that second group. He needs to just get the head down, try and just go with these 3 leaders at the front. Looks like Toprak's in a position to try and attack Bulliga as well as the running towards turn 4. This is the move he made up in towards 9 on Locatelli and really able to get that bike stopped. But that then caused the momentum for Locatelli and he ended up being vulnerable to attack for Ray. But you can see for Toprak just how much he's crossed up on the entry there.
So So, lap number 2, Alvaro Bautista, it is who leads. We know how well he goes around this Estoril circuit, but we know he's got 2 tigers on his tail, the top 2 in the World Championship. Niccolo Pulliga has to attack and defend at the same time. He wants to pass Bautista, put a fight between himself and Toprak Razgatlioglu. He's not going to get the chance to do so. Razgatlioglu comes bundling down the inside. There's contact between the 2 of them. We head up towards turn 9. Is Razgatlioglu within striking distance of Bautista? Not quite this time around. Bautista will lead them onto the start-finish straight to begin lap number 3. Second lap led for Bautista in this race, but I think it might be the last for some time anyway, as Razgatlioglu pulls alongside. Heaviest braking zone on the circuit into turn 1, and it's Razgatlioglu who leads the front on lap 3. Opportunity for one of his best results for the season here for Bautista, who by qualifying on the front row for the first time this season has put himself well and truly in the mix. But it's quite clear from the pace we've seen between the 2 of them this weekend so far that it's Pulliga who's the faster of the 2, and Pulliga cuts to the inside through the Parabolica Interior. We move on Bautista there for second place from Niccolo Pulliga. Alvaro Bautista this season so far. Jonathan Ray chasing his first Super Pole race at the 2024 UK round. He's been knocking on the door, but the Yamaha isn't quite enough for him to deliver at the moment. He's head to the second behind Alvaro Bautista in third. Still the group with Locatelli, loads of Bianchi behind.
Yeah, and this is the move that Iannone is able to make on Gardner. Gardner's just going to sail past the apex. Been a little bit hotter than Iannone just manages to take that line. And that's actually that's the difference between the Ducati and the Yamaha as well. We saw it in Aragon how much that Pulliga and the other Ducati riders were able to hold those tighter lines through those corners. It wasn't actually a mistake from Gardner. It's just a case of the different strengths of the bike.
This is how it's changed places for Finn.
See a little look down there for Lowe's on the entry into the corner there. Must be just checking to see if he made the gear shift that he wanted, but able to come through and take that position in front of Locatelli. You're in the podium fight. All 5 of these riders are in the podium fight, and for Andrea Iannone behind him, he put in a personal best last time round. He's beginning to try and put himself into the fight as well.
Fight for 4th position with Alex Lowe's already alongside Jonathan Ray, and Andrea Locatelli is through as well. And Jonathan Ray will try on the cutback to pull alongside Locatelli, but the first thing Ray does is look over his shoulder to see that Xavi Bianchi is behind him. Ray has seen his pace drop in recent laps, and unfortunately now he's dropped 2 positions as well.
Down in towards turn 1, we've seen Locatelli stronger than the other riders around him on the run down that straight, and able to make a move on those.
Bianchi runs wide, and alongside him and through now. Andrea Iannone is 7th position, but he overcuts me, and Bianchi immediately responds. As they come off the final turn at the end of lap 18, that's how hard Niccolo Pulliga is pushing, ladies and gentlemen. Shake of the head, and that is game over in the battle for the win.
Yeah, Toprak those last 3 or 4 laps, he's just been able to just basically apply that pressure and answer back to Pulliga, and Razgatlioglu will be just riding his lap and forward.
Toprak Razgatlioglu's first 20-race winning season. 2025-20 wins for Razgatlioglu, second place for Niccolo Pulliga, and eventually, some 12 seconds down the road, Alvaro Bautista will come home to complete the roster of finishers. There he is, and that shows the margin that he's got to recover against Niccolo Pulliga before next season. And it is Andrea Locatelli, best of the rest in 4th ahead of Alex Lowe's. Jonathan Ray, strong ride from him, particularly the first half of the race. P6 for Ray, Bianchi holds off, Iannone, Gardner and Gerloff will round out your top 10.
Razgatlioglu 77th win, and while Superbike in 1 step closer to this year's title, he gained 5 points on Niccolo Pulliga. The gap now up to 41. He was greeted on the cool down lap by teammate Michael van der Mark. The Dutchman scored a point after being involved in the crash at the original start. Razgatlioglu soon celebrated with his team his latest victory, coming home almost 2 seconds clear of Pulliga with Bautista on the podium. Let's hear from your top 3.
I didn't make mistake like the other time that I'm closing to the third position in the championship, so today I'm happy, no? Yeah, today was the maximum we can do, no? Third place. I did good start, but you know, in the first lap I cannot push and the bike is very difficult, so I just feel like a passenger. I just try to don't lose too much, you know, but yeah, today the maximum was there. Honestly, it was a difficult race. Toprak did a fantastic pace. I tried to recover him at the middle of the race, but unfortunately, last 5 laps I was struggling a little bit with the front tire.
For me, at the beginning, everything is under control, but after in the middle of the race, and Nico was, I think, more advantage than me because he had more grip. But in the end, I think we are the same level because also I make a lot of spin and noise also.
Podium celebrations underway at extra room with Rafael Quispillinger and Bautista all celebrating their success in the championship standing. Who said 41 points lead for Rafael ahead of Billiger. To see whether Stefano Mazzi will be able to wrap up the title in race 1, although he had his work cut out starting from P13. The question was, how far up the field will he get on the opening lap? And we soon had our answer, the number 62, running in P5 in the early stages of the race. It put him in prime position to take advantage of any potential misfortune for Onju, and the race turned into an incredible scrap for victory. Mazzi bundled his way past fellow Yamaha rider Luca Mayas as he searched for a podium, while Valentine de Bees was getting ahead of Alberto Sulla, who continued to impress as he stood in for Audi Mahendra. Mazzi was soon ahead of the Italian though, into the podium places with a lunge at turn 9, and this was all just in the first few laps. De Bees got ahead of Onju with 15 laps to go, with the two Yamaha riders and De Bees scrapping it out for the win. Mazzi getting ahead of Onju. From the time Mazzi was in the top 3 to the end of the race, there were more than 20 changes of position between the top 3. The gap was rarely above 1 second, covering all 3, with Onju and Mazzi upward trading positions on the run into turn 1. The Bees able to hold on occasionally, as Onju went from P3 to P1 with 7 laps to go. He pulled that move off 3 times in the 18-lap race. Mazzi wanted to win race 1, and he moved up the inside of Onju at turn 6 as the Bees sat back in P3. But on the run into turn 1, it was all change again, and this squabbling was allowing Philip Ertel and Alberto Sulla and Luca Mayas in the chasing pack to close the gap as the Bees moved back into P1 to the delight of his team. Tom Famous is fighting for third in the world, but a crash in race 1 meant he lost ground to Jaume Macià. Mazzi came forward on at turn 1 on the final lap, looking to beat the Bees on the run to the line if he could, but the gap was just too far. The number 53 Ducati rider had waited so long for a first win, and 2 came along in 2 rounds. celebrating this one as he's celebrating his first speed back on the top step of the podium. The good news for Mandy, he goes from P5 in race 2 rather than P13, with Onchu going from the front row, Garcia leading the field. The Bean followed up his race 1 win at Aragon with a podium in race 2. Will he repeat that at Estoril? Valentin Debise with his second win in as many rounds. Let's hear what the French rider said after his latest win.
I'm pretty pleased because my first win was in Aragon, where the track is very specific, and here it's very specific but completely opposite. So struggled a bit yesterday morning, struggled a bit this morning again, but we made some change overnight, and this morning didn't feel comfortable, but I talked to the team and I said this bike's gonna be good with the heat of the afternoon, and on a sighting lap I pushed very hard, and I saw straight away the bike was very comfortable, so I said don't touch nothing, I go with this one, and from the first lap I was able to push.
Race 2 in the FIM Supersport World Championship was a thriller at the Circuito Estoril. Jan Onchu knew he needed things to go his way to have a chance of taking the title fight to Jerez. It was all on Stefano Manzio for whether he could wrap it up on Sunday. The number 62 got a good start from P5, fighting his way into P4 ahead of Alberto Soda, who continued to impress as a replacement rider. Out in front, it was Onchu versus the beat, but Manzi had closed the gap. He was on the inside of Roberto Garcia, who started from P1, and soon set his sights on Onchu and the beat in front. A top 5 finish for Manzi was good enough to win the title regardless of Onchu's results, but the number 62 wanted to be crowned in style. He got up the inside of his title rival at turn 6, and soon started to build a gap as he went with Valentin Debise. Jaume Masia was fighting for the podium. He got through on Onchu at the same corner a lap later, and at the front, Manzi had a look at Debise, showing him his front wheel as Onchu fought back on Masia. However, the number 51 Ducati's race would come to an end with a technical issue. Philip Hurtle breezed past Onchu to move into the podium places on the run into turn 6. Well, with 4 laps to go, Manzi took the lead of the race, leading Valentin Debise while Ozil was catching them up. In just 1 lap, the number 62 had pulled clear of Debise. He was facing no pressure. However, there was a fight behind Onchu at the inside of Tom Cruise, Amos defending position before Valentin Debise's race came to an end after his win in race 1. Jeremy Alcover was running in P3. He started from P25. However, victory for Stefano Manzi ensured he was crowned the 2025 FIM Supersport World Champion, celebrating with a special flag and gold levers to mark his first World Championship success. He posed for photos before returning to Parc Ferme, making the first error of the day as the Italian flag got a little bit caught up in his bike. No harm done as he made his way back into pit lane, greeted by his World Supersport rivals and his future World Superbike companion. The line for Manzi and Tenkate Racing Yamaha, who celebrated yet another title, and for Yamaha as well, winning the Riders' Championship and the Manufacturers' Championship in the first year with the Yamaha R9. A winner's trophy and a World Championship trophy for Manzi. Not a bad day's work. The Italian finishing 2.5 seconds clear of Philip Hurtle. Let's hear from the newly crowned champion.
It's really amazing. It's difficult to find the words to describe this moment because when you start riding when you are young, you dream about it. And finally I can say I'm a world champion, and to wear this gold suit here and win the race with the championship is quite amazing. It's like a dream. I don't want to wake up.
425 points for Manzi as he leads the field heading to Jerez. Race 1 in the FIM Supersport 300 World Championship was a thrilling affair at the Circuito Estoril. Matteo Benici was hoping to keep his recent good form running, and he grabbed the whole shot heading into turn 1 on the long run into the opening corner. corner. However, he soon found himself demoted into P2. Antonio Torres had moved into lead while Carter Thompson was challenging him. However, Vinucci had avoided reclaiming P1. It was a thrilling opening lap. It looked like the top four, including Beñat Fernandez, were looking to break away, but as ever in World Supersport 300, the gap soon closed up. David Salvador, Carter Thompson and Beñat Fernandez were in the lead group and in the top three in the champion standings, and this race could prove crucial in determining the outcome of this year's title. Carter Thompson moved ahead at turn 6 with 7 laps to go, but Vinucci was still in contention, mathematically in the title hunt as well, although realistically with a lot of work to do. However, he was still mixing it with the title contenders as the race approached its final quarter. Carter Thompson also in the mix with Salvador and Fernandez. Number 7 Golden Machine looking to move into P1, with Thompson holding the outside line as Vinucci ran slightly wide. The number 91 dropped back, but he was still in contention, slotting in behind Danny Mageda in P7. Lawrence Rudderman had surged to the front ahead of Salvador, although they changed positions on the run into turn 6 as Fernandez held the title alive. The number 7 was back into P2, but soon found himself behind Salvador and Thompson as the final lap of the race started. Vinucci had got himself back into P4 and he was fixing the full effect on the run into turn 1 as well as the outside line as he moved back into first place. Lawrence Random was also mixing it with the championship contenders. He moved into second place and in turn 6 he looked to defend that position, but Fernandez again with the tighter line through the hairpin able to take P2. Fernandez had a bit of a moment running through the final corner that meant he could have taken advantage of Vinucci's victory and put him vulnerable to Veneman and Thompson, eventually finishing in P4. Not too much damage done in the championship fight, 15 points clear heading into race 2 as Vinucci celebrated his second win in as many rounds. In terms of the race 2 grid, it will be Fernandez, Veneman and Restreño on the front row. Vinucci's wait for a win ended after 2 years at Aragon last time out, and now he's back on the top step at Estoril. Matteo Vinucci is back at his best, another victory after his Aragon success. Let's hear from the number 91.
What a race because it's more hard than the last one. In Aragon I go alone, and here there is a big group and not so good for me.
There was drama from the start of race 2 of the FIM Supersport 300 World Championship at the Egna Estoril. Beñat Fernandez got a great start to lead into turn 1, but his title rivals were still close behind him. Juan Restreño was on the charge in the early stages of race 1, while Roberto Fernandez, who had been fighting towards the front, crashed out on the opening lap. He was showing his frustration in the gravel trap. At the front, Lawrence Veneman got ahead of Beñat Fernandez, who dropped to the second group. Veneman was in a sandwich between Salvador and Antonio Torres. Beñat Fernandez had got his way back into the first group, being passed by Torres, while Lawrence Veneman crashed out with 8 laps to go. At the front, Carter Thompson was now fighting David Salvador for the lead of the race. Beñat Fernandez close behind as the top rated championship dueled it out for victory. Double champion Jeffrey Burns was always there. He took the lead with 7 laps to go, heading into turn 1, and they were free abreast heading into the opening corner. Both looked to build a gap, but Salvador had closed it down up the inside of the number 6 at turn 6. On the final lap, it was a chaotic end to race 2. Danny Mageda diving across the track to move into the lead. Fernandez well wide at turn 1. However, the group remained intact. Mageda on the outside, looking to take the lead, with Salvador, Fernandez and Thompson side by side through the hairpin. It was Mageda who came out of turn 6 leading. Thompson this time on the outside for turn 7 looked to swoop across the track, but it was Salvador who took P1. On the run to the line, it was anyone's game. Salvador had a gap out of the final corner, but that was soon swallowed up as Thompson came through to take an unlikely victory, using the slipstream on the the final lap, although there was a bit of confusion. Fernandez and Thompson looking at each other to see which one of the two has won. Just 0.010 seconds separating the two title contenders. Thompson's third win of the season meant he closed the gap to Fernandez, although it is the number 7 who heads to Jerez with the advantage in the title fight. Carter Thompson just beating Benyan Fernandez to the checkered flag. Here's what the Australian said after race 2.
It was a great race. We've been strong all weekend. The team has done a great job setting the bike up step by step every session. So yeah, it's been a great weekend. Very happy with the race. At one point I thought I was too far back, but yeah, it was a great race.
Fernandez leads heading to Jerez. He's 10 clear of Thompson and 22 clear of Salvador.
Tissot Super Bowl race at the Eichmann Estoril round for 2025. Good start from Alex Lowe from the second row. The grid, in fact, all the riders on the second row are away pretty well. Alvaro Bautista making progress in the run to the first turn. Into the front briefly, just as he did in race 1 yesterday afternoon, but he's moved aside early by Nicolo Bulliger. And Bulliger has a fight between himself and championship rival Top Rack Raul Gafflioglu. Good start again from Andrea Locatelli, just as yesterday. He runs out Xavi Vierque wide onto the curb. Alex Lowe comes through but gets bottled up behind Locatelli, and that allows Jonathan Ray to pass the pair of them. Ray then up into 5th position. It's Bulliger who leads Bautista. Raul Gafflioglu 3rd, Locatelli 4th, Lowe in 5th, and Jonathan Ray just up ahead of him, and then behind Alex Lowe is Xavi Vierque in 7th. Top Rack Raul Gafflioglu attacks Alvaro Bautista towards the Parabolica Interior. Alvaro wide again, and Top Rack Raul Gafflioglu gets through, and that's crucial because Bautista's fastest lap time yesterday was 9/10 of a second slower than Top Rack Raul Gafflioglu's fastest lap. Top Rack cannot afford to be bottled up behind Bautista in the way that he was for the opening 2 laps yesterday, particularly with Bulliger holding track position on lap 1, as Jonathan Ray makes his lunge down the inside of the hook to come through on Andrea Locatelli, turns across his path then on the exit of the chicane through turn 10. Full commitment as ever from Jonathan Ray, who's now right on the tail of Alvaro Bautista for a place on the podium.
By Johnny, just looking at the number 65 Yamaha, they have a slight increase in their fuel flow for this race. It should help them a little bit at the end of this race. That's really where they struggled yesterday. Ray was dropped down that start finish straight by about 50 laps. Nicolo Bulliger versus Top Rack Raul Gafflioglu as they come down the start finish straight. Raul Gafflioglu makes his race-winning move on Alvaro Bautista here on lap number 3, the heaviest braking zone on the circuit, and he does the same to Nicolo Bulliger on day 2 here in Estoril. Does Bulliger have the tools with which to answer back, or will we now settle in for a race for 3rd, as we did in race 1 yesterday afternoon?
He's got a really good run through turn 1 and gives himself that chance. This is the move from Ray on Locatelli, and just basically takes the high ground, and Locatelli has to see the position. Down the start finish straight, still very clear that he's not able to be close to Bautista. He needs to make his move somewhere else.
Yes, Jonathan Ray, we know yesterday.
Look at how much master he is with Bautista through this part of the track.
Yes, turn 9, the opportunity for Ray, a lap to go on Andrea Locatelli. Will he be able to put a move here on Alvaro Bautista? Top Rack Raul Gafflioglu wide line through the Parabolica Interior, and Nicolo Bulliger nicks the race lead once again on lap 2. Top Rack will try to launch the straight back now into turn 7. Down the inside they come as they come down the hill, and Raul Gafflioglu does barge his way through, just in fact as he did to Bulliger in race 1 yesterday afternoon through there. Opportunity for Bulliger now into the hook. He's got to take the high ground. He does so. Jonathan Ray through on Alvaro Bautista as well, up into the podium position. Raul Gafflioglu repays the compliments on the exit of turn 10. 2 races in 1 here on lap number 3. Ray is breaking away from Bautista coming off the final turn, and that's important because Bautista will have the advantage down the start finish straight. It is the longest straight of the season, some 986 metres in towards turn number 1. Raul Gafflioglu will be deep on the brakes as ever. Bulliger's trying to go in harder still, so he won't get it stopped, and Top Rack turns back underneath him to recover the lead on lap number 3. Alvaro Bautista did pick off Jonathan Ray at the end of the straight there, despite the fact that Ray was the fastest man out there on lap number 2 last time around. Now for Andrea Locatelli, who will duck to the inside of Jonathan Ray on the start finish straight. Ray will hope to capitalise on the slipstream from Alvaro Bautista ahead of him, and Locatelli with the opportunity to make the pass. He's going to get it done here at the start of lap number 5. Jonathan Ray tries to hang on in there with him as Vierque defends against Alex close behind. Rounding out your top 9, Remy Gardner and Andrea Iannone. Nice work here from Alex Lowe. Cut back on Xavi Vierque. Set that move up going in towards turns 8 and 9. And now moves up into 6th position. We saw the move from Alex Lowe on Xavi Vierque on lap 5. Vierque there was having to defend as well against Remy Gardner. Has seen his challenge off for the moment at least. And Gardner is now picked off by Andrea Iannone. So we are in a very, very similar position to where we found ourselves in race 1 yesterday afternoon. And as I said on the grid, big gap behind your top 9. So it doesn't look as though there'll be too much change in those grid positions at the front. Locatelli with a bit of a moment as well, coming off turn 4, but Ray not quite close enough. As Andrea Iannone now makes the pass on Xavi Vierque. So Iannone the biggest mover in this race up far. Started 10th on the grid, and he's now up to 7th.
Yeah, Iannone's going to muck them all potentially in this one. And that's the challenge that they all face because they're all...
Oh, down goes Jonathan Ray! What a shame for Ray from 5th position. He was trying to get back on turns in the battle for the podium places. And Jonathan Ray loses it at turn 7. That's his Super Bowl race over and done.
Yeah, that's going to be a 4th row with a great end for Ray advanced in race 2 this afternoon. That's a real shame, but once again we're able to see him able to challenge, able to fight and try and put himself in a position to come away with a podium. Just going to see that he just took to the front of the entry downhill into that section of the track, and it's easy to do that. Just push a little bit too hard on that front, and you can see me right on board. A little bit out of shape on the entry, but you're literally just on that knife edge, on the tightrope, trying to give yourself a chance to come through.
And trying to find a way past Andrea Locatelli and Alvaro Bautista before that in an area of the track that's not conventional for overtaking, because he didn't have the overtaking opportunity towards turn 1. That error almost comes out of frustration, you feel, for Jonathan Ray. It's a race for 4th position down the start finish race and into the final lap. 4 kilometres to go. Lowe is alongside Locatelli, who turns in, but finds Alex Lowe in his path. But Alex Lowe falls just after taking 4th position at turn 1 on the final lap.
Yeah, you can see for the same as Jonathan Ray crash, just trying to give herself the chance of having to override at times and giving herself the prospect of another top 5 finish. Shame for those to have that crash, but unfortunately for him as well, like Ray, you're going to let him put into race 2 down the grid.
Opportunity now for Andrea Iannone to attack Andrea Locatelli for 4th position. It is Razgatlioglu leading Bulliger by 6/10. Bautista 7.5 seconds back. He has dropped Andrea Locatelli. This fight is a second behind Alvaro Bautista. He's for 4th position.
Look at Iannone through this corner, is he able to get on the gas nice and early and try and close up onto Locatelli. Might be a little bit too far back.
Coming off the final turn then, top rank Razgatlioglu wins the Tissot Super Bowl race at the 2025 Estoril Round. Second place goes to Nicolo Collica, and then who will come over the line in 4th position? Track race down to the line between Andrea Locatelli and Andrea Iannone. It's Locatelli, but only just by less than 1/10 of a second in the race for 4th position to the line. Completing the second row of the grid for race 2 this afternoon will be Remy Gardner, and your 3rd row of the grid will be Xavi Vierque, Axel Bassani and Michael van der Mark. Bassani and van der Mark were nowhere compared to the top 9, but Jonathan Ray's fall, Alex Lowe's fall, has promoted them up into the point play position.
The lights for Razgatlioglu and BMW as he doubles up at Estoril, and he now has the chance to win the title in race 2 if he outscores Vertigan by 18 points. It will be a tough ask given the form of the number 11, but it is Razgatlioglu's first match point.
It's a very hard race because I'm just focused on my pace. My pace also very strong, and congratulations also to Nicolo because he's really pushing me hard, and I'm pushing also the every lap. But for me this race is very important. I'm just focused to win the race.
A second win of the weekend for Razgatlioglu, half a second clear of Vertigan with Bautista completing the podium. Razgatlioglu leads heading into race 2. He's 44 points clear of Nicolo Bulliger.
which rider is going to take a gigantic leap towards glory?
Before the lights went down from Andrea Iannone, middle of the second row. There could be a penalty coming his way as Alvaro Bautista tries to pull alongside Nicolo Bolliger in the run to turn one. Top rack road, Gabbioglu's been out-jumped by Andrea Locatelli, who's through for second. Bit of a moment there for Bautista. He moves across the path. Oh, but top rack road, Gabbioglu coming off turn one. Iannone dives through as well. Top rack down to fifth position. We rarely see him back as far as that. And now around the outside comes Alex Lowe to pull alongside Xavi Vierge. Gardner's going the other side of Vierge. So Xavi Vierge losing places. Jonathan Ray gaining places as ever on the opening lap. Tries to go all the way around the outside of Xavi Vierge for 8th position. It'll give him the inside here, but Vierge holds the place. Now it's up to top rack round Gabbioglu as they come towards the Parabolica Interior. And Iannone leaving plenty of space on the outside of him there as he tries to run a little bit narrow and defend position from Raz Gabbioglu.
Locatelli needs to really have a good run through turn 7. The next right-hander trying to set something up to bring him closer to Bulega and just keep yourself edging away from Bautista. This is what Bautista struggled all the way through this weekend, and this moment there for Locatelli to try and take advantage of that.
And let's see if Iannone can come through on Bautista. He does so. Top rack will want the cutback now. If Bautista gets held up by Iannone, Raz Gabbioglu in the drag race, still trying to find his way back through into fourth, but Andrea Iannone into the podium position, and Alvaro Bautista is relegated to fourth position. And this is great news for Andrea Locatelli, who now has the opportunity to escape away. Bautista may well fall prey quickly here to top rack Raz Gabbioglu as well.
Yeah, he's going to be under attack in turn 1. You can see for Iannone, he said potential for Duffy to jump off the line, but for top rack, he needs to clear Bautista as quickly as he can.
Top rack Raz Gabbioglu then attacking Alvaro Bautista. Heaviest braking zone on the circuit, among the heaviest braking zones of the season at the end of the longest straight on the calendar. And Raz Gabbioglu through now and up into fourth position.
Good move by top rack, as you'd expect then in turn 1, able to come through.
Next change of position should be Raz Gabbioglu versus Iannone 43. Top rack will try to outbrake him into the Parabolica Interior. Will he get it stopped? Iannone answers straight back with the tighter line. That's good riding and determined from Andrea Iannone, who is now closing in on Andrea Locatelli as well. 3 riders in the scrap for second place. Raz Gabbioglu down the hill. We've seen him make that move on Nicolo Bolliger a couple of times this weekend. Now he's done it on another of the Ducati to go 11 bike of Andrea Iannone, and top rack will lunge from way back on Andrea Locatelli for second position. He can see that Nicolo Bolliger is escaping away, and Iannone has the better exit then from Gancho the hook, and will come through for third position. Locatelli defending robustly. He knows he wants to keep a bike between himself and his main rival for the bronze medal in the 2025 World Championship, Alvaro Bautista in fifth. So the top 2 all weekend long escaping away at the end of lap 2. Nicolo Bolliger leading top rack Raz Gabbioglu around 1.5 seconds. Locatelli already half a second back under pressure from Iannone. The pair under pressure from Bautista with a straight line advantage as they come back towards turn 1.
And for Locatelli, he's got half a dozen corners to try and open up enough of a gap, because you can see already Bautista's come through, and Iannone went too long on that penalty. It was half a chance for Locatelli to open up a little bit of a margin.
Yeah, confirmation of that double long lap penalty coming in. This is top rack Raz Gabbioglu moving through aggressively on Andrea Locatelli. It's a classic move at the widest corner on the circuit, some 18 metres, and Raz Gabbioglu only needed the inside.
Yeah, top rack can play yesterday about Locatelli being a little bit aggressive and not thinking about championship battles. Top rack does the exact same thing to him.
Here comes Bautista on Locatelli to recover that third position, not quite close enough this time around. Alex Lowe and Remy Gardner have had a spirited tussle at the start of lap 3. Gardner made his way through into turn 1. Lowe is now recovering the place. So that is for 6th position, but all the while, of course, Lowe wants to be keeping with the the 3 riders ahead of him, because we have got a competitive group from 3rd place down in the battle for the podium. Here comes Bautista on Andrea Locatelli. This is the fight for 3rd in the World Championship, 3rd in the race. Andrea Iannone runs wide, and that will drop Iannone out of the contention for a podium position as Bautista moves up into 3rd. Alex Lowe trying to make his move on Andrea Locatelli, and Locatelli's going to get fast out of the way here. Can Lowe get it stopped? Well, just about, but a bit deep into that turn 1, and that'll bring Gardner and Ray back into play.
That Prix crash while trying to come through and not get into the full race.
Jonathan Ray versus Remy Gardner again into turn 1. Gardner got back through on Ray last time. The six-time champion made his pass. Xavi Vierque makes his move on Remy Gardner through the 7th position. That's going to give Jonathan Ray a little bit of breathing room now to attack Andrea Locatelli. Ray's at the back of a 4-rider group chasing a podium position here. Vierque now has the chance down the start finish straight, and Ray's lost the toe with the slipstream as well, which is going to work against him. On to lap number 9 then, and Vierque's breezing through before even the halfway mark in the straight, let alone the speed trap, and Vierque's up to 6th position, leaving Ray. This is Remy Gardner coming through on Jonathan Ray, so Ray, having faded from the tail of Xavi Vierque, is now beginning to drop back. We have seen it all weekend long. Second half of the race is a much bigger challenge for Jonathan Ray. Game over to Toprak, unless there's a mistake now from Nicolo Bolliger. Razgat Fioglu loses 2/10 of a second on lap 15. We watch Axel Bassani make his move into turn 1 on Jonathan Ray. Ray will line himself up for the better exit off the first bend. Bassani gets a bit of lift. Ray is there on the inside, but Bassani has track position now and has P8. Nicolo Bolliger exits the final turn. There will be no hat-trick for Toprak Razgat Fioglu in Estoril once again. Bolliger takes race 2. Toprak Razgat Fioglu some 5 seconds behind in 2nd place. And Alvaro Bautista will cross the line eventually in 3rd. And this will confirm that Aruba IT Racing Ducati are World MVK champions in 2025.
Back in race 2 to claim victory ahead of El Darko, and with Bautista in 3rd, it was the life for Aruba IT Racing Ducati as they celebrated the 2025 Team World Championship. However, in the title fight, Bolliger has taken it to a Jerez decider. It was Bolliger's 17th win of his career, putting him level with Frankie Gili, while it was Italy's 130th victory in World Superbike. Razgat Fioglu claimed his 24th consecutive podium, equaling the 2nd longest rostrum streak, but all the celebrations belong to Bolliger after fighting back to take a race 2 win. Bolliger almost 5 seconds clear of Razgat Fioglu, with Bautista once again in P3. Let's hear from the podium trio.
Yeah, this weekend has been 3 for me because 3 podiums and 3rd in the World Championship. Yeah, I think it was the maximum we can get, no? Because Toprak and Nicolo were much faster than the rest.
I'm doing my best the second race especially, but the beginning race everyone riding like crazy, but it looks like some riders not respect the championship. But anyway, this is a race and I'm just pushing so hard to catch Bolliger, but he's making a very strong pace. I'm pushing the every lap 100%. Yeah, back on P1, I'm really happy. Thanks to my team because we improved a lot from this morning, and I'm really happy about my pace. Yeah, well done, and looking forward for the next one in Jeddah. It's a track that I like a lot.
FIM President George Villegas handing out the winner's trophy for race 2 as Bolliger held it aloft. He cut the gap in the championship back down to 39 points. Alvaro Bautista moves up to 3rd. The final round of the 2025 season comes from the Circuito de Jerez Ango Nieto, Andalusia. It's a circuit steep in motorsport history, and 2025 is sure to be no different in World Superbike, as top-rank West Daniel Blue and Nicholas Brunigan showed us out for this year's title. It's a regional thing for Sherry and flamenco dancing, but now it's time for the roar of World Superbike.
Battle, every race, every turn, every heartbeat, live and on the line. This isn't a race. This is MotoGP 2025. On MotoGP Now.
To go and 2 champions crowned, but there's plenty to fight for at a venue that requires no introduction. Phillip Island specialises in thrilling Grand Prix action, and Super Saturday is headlined by a Tissot sprint, which promises plenty. Get set for the roar on the island. This is MotoGP. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Phillip Island. There are few better places to watch motorcycles put through their paces on planet Earth than this. This is round 19 of 2025. 4 rounds remaining. Here in Australia, next weekend at the Prix International Circuit in Malaysia. For the doubleheader back on European shores of Portimao and Valencia to round off this wonderful whistle-stop tour of the world, watching the very best in the world on 2 wheels. Confirmed as the best in the world in Moto3 this year was Jose Antonio Rueda, who clinched the championship last time out in Indonesia. Seeing him out on track in qualifying 2 very shortly. Moto3 qualifying kicks off our afternoon's action. Moto2 qualifying, of course, follows that before 3 p.m. local time. The Tissot sprint over 13 laps. So much could happen in that one. Very difficult sprint to call after a cracking qualifying session earlier on today. Well, if you're just joining us, it's also worth updating you on the schedule for tomorrow. Every session, warm-up and the 3 Grand Prix races tomorrow have all been pushed back 1 hour, with the MotoGP race at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Make sure you keep a note of that ahead of tomorrow. Qualifying 1 then up first in Moto3. Here are your riders that we shall be watching. Couple of which, 3 of which, have had a pole position already this season. Nicola Carraro for the Sniper Squad. Matteo Bertelli on pole, of course, for the first 2 Grand Prix of this season. Eddie O'Shea's been having a strong weekend for the M-Lab Squad. Valentin Peroni back in action this weekend, although can't say he particularly enjoyed his first visit to Phillip Island so far. He was 18th at the end of play yesterday. Shea Mooney for the Dempsey Racing Boa squad. Scott Oxford, of course, the pole sitter back in the Saxon ring. Cormac Buchanan, who hails, of course, from not too far away from here, across the border and across the shores in New Zealand. Marco Morelli, of course, is the M-Lab substitute for the rest of this season, alongside O'Shea. Tactical Boasri, who we welcome back to Moto3 this weekend for Honda Team Asia. Noah Denviller for Team Green Power. Ricardo Rossi for the Rivercold Snipers team, who was slowest of all yesterday. And we welcome a name we're going to be seeing plenty of in Moto3 over the rest of this season and throughout next year. The Red Bull Rookies MotoGP Cup champion and soon to be Junior GP champion, unless something dramatically goes wrong. And Brian Uriarte, the young Spaniard on the 51, is the David Munoz replacement at Impact GP. Bruce Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you in the commentary box. Elliot York is in pit lane. Moto3 Championship, Neil, might be decided, but there is still plenty to fight for on a circuit that majors in great Moto3 action.
Absolutely, very good. Great to be back here in the box with Moto3 commentary session after listening to Ryan. Thanks to Coach Alvin, stepping in for the previous two. And yes, you are absolutely right. There is plenty still to play for in this year's Moto3 Championship. Not least second overall. It's a pretty tight fight at the moment between Angel Becerra and Matthew Gillet. We are just going to some tracks which almost guarantee spectacular, brilliant Moto3 action. This, of course, being one of them is across the board produces career racing, whether it's Moto3 or MotoGP. We have a couple of very interesting sessions coming up. You mentioned Brian Uriarte. This is our first chance to see him at World Championship level after he has done such sterling work in the Red Bull Rookies Cup over the last couple of seasons. He won that a couple of weeks ago back in Misano, and he's well on his way with his junior double winner stepping up next year for the IO squad. And really very, very highly thought. Yet another young Spanish rider coming off the production line is going to be the Moto3 World Championship by storm next year.
And another confirmed on the grid next season too, overnight. That's the Icon Green Power KTM 55 as Noah Denviller went through the picture. Well, he'll be replaced at that team next season by Ryan CIP Noel and Leanne Cruz, who we saw early this season as the injury replacement for Denviller. He will be out on track for that team. And next season, no great surprise to see every rider immediately filing out of pit lane. Temperature only 14 degrees for this Moto3 qualifying session, but it's fair to say that the Moto3 field have had the one end of the stick in terms of conditions so far this weekend. They had a dry afternoon practice session yesterday, but that is the only fully dry session Moto3 have had so far.
Yeah, it's pretty up and down for the Moto3 riders. They had a wet F1 session yesterday morning, and then a dry practice session, and then this morning was a bit of a hodgepodge of conditions. We had dry conditions at the start of it, but then it was still very, very cold before the rain arrived, and a bit of a halt midway through. So obviously these are comfortably the best conditions that we've had. They were very, very windy, a little bit cooler as well. Walked over from the paddock here to the coffee box just on the outside of turn 4 after the lunch break, and the sun is actually quite warm out there. I think the ambient temperature was just 13 or 14 degrees yesterday afternoon here on the island. Every rider in this Q1 session really keen and eager to get out there and maximise their track time in this session.
It's one of those weekends where it proves to be something of an advantage to come through qualifying one with so little track experience. No one really though wants to lead onto the Gardner Straight and start this lap. Slipstream certainly very powerful around the Tullibard circuit, especially when there is quite a wind blowing, which there will be tomorrow for the Grand Prix. Brian Uriarte, here he is on the 51, certainly in no concerns of that. Keen to get his first qualifying session up and running. Of course, we should touch upon the reason why Uriarte here for the Impact GP squad this weekend. He's in, of course, for David Munoz this season. Look to be over now. Unfortunately, he was another rider who was in that battle to potentially finish second in the World Championship at the end of the season. But that contact with Andres Fernandez, compound fracture on his femur, the largest bone in your body. That is not an injury that Munoz is going to return from quickly.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Probably an end to the season having, what is definitely his best season in the MotoGP World Championship. He's taken a massive step forward this year, not just in terms of his kind of consistency, but I think his on-track behaviour as well. After a fairly, I wouldn't say innocuous, fairly troubled beginning to the season back in Thailand, playing in February, end of February, start of March. Necessarily get off on the right foot, did he, with the little Molly Dynamo Impact GP squad, but his improvement during the season I think has been marked. The work of Peter Ertel, his team manager, has been really pronounced, so we've started to see a really consistent challenger up there fight for podium in the second half of this year, regularly, pretty much every single weekend, and race wins as well. And he was very, very unfortunate not to take that race win in Indonesia 2 weeks ago. So, unfortunately, David, all the best, and let's hope that he is recovering well, season free, and hopefully we'll see him back. Well, I'm sure we'll see him back on the same bike on MotoGP Prix next year, where he will certainly start with one of the favourites for the championship.
Well, he will be partnered by David Almanza, and he is keeping squad. Almanza, the fastest rider of this weekend so far in MotoGP Prix, despite 3 crashes for the Leopard Honda rider, either side of his 1:34.726, which is a brand new all-time lap record around this Philippines circuit on a Moto3 bike. So Bertelli, a second and a quarter adrift of that, with a 1:36.0 to kick off this new one. So from Forster mentioned, this is the first dry running for the Moto3 riders have done all day today so far. Bertelli back on a few seconds clear on tactical Boazzi, and the other riders have really put a representative lap time on the board. Laps is what these Moto3 riders are keen for, so short of dry mileage to this point.
Yeah, and Matteo Bertelli had a bit of a run on there at turn 4. I'm not sure he was going to be exiting the Miller hairpin fairly slowly, but it's great to see Bertelli back on the grid after such an important absence. Really serious injury he picked up just before the Qatar Grand Prix. Went back in April, and he's been pretty good actually in the 2 races since he's made that comeback. He's been at the points in both occasions, 12 in Japan and 11 in Indonesia. Too long until Bertelli's back inside the top 10. Hopefully before the end of the season we see some of that force that saw him in his first ever podium in the Moto3 class back in Austin, and also his first 2 pole positions in the first 2 races of the year. And that potential that we saw early on has earned him a spot on the grid next year with the same MTA squad.
He was last at the end of the lap one, wasn't he, Bertelli, in Indonesia, which he recovered from to score points. Like V21 of Mooney might have been the culprit down at the hairpin at turn 10. Looks like he's back up and running on the track map, so over a run-on or a very small crash, he's back up and running as his teammate takes top spot. Cormac Buchanan to return home to New Zealand in the break between this and the Indonesian Grand Prix. A lovely event that we saw on social media with the previous Kiwi to him to be a regular on the Grand Prix calendar. Of course, our former colleague and now chief steward Simon Craigbar, by all accounts, appeared to be a very much enjoyed event by all. Buchanan refreshed and of course progressed here at the closest thing really to a home Grand Prix for him. 35.493 is a second quicker than he went in practice yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that's just stuff for Cormac Buchanan, who has been knocking on the door of the points the last couple of weekends. He goes through a bit of a tough spell this season after he had that nasty crash at Renault, which kept him out of the Grand Prix of Czechia. Getting back on his bike after that little tip-off done at the MT hairpin. Cormac Buchanan, he has had some very strong results recently, knocking on the door off the points, 2 16th places in the last 2 Grand Prix, and he feels that he's really starting to find his groove again, that kind of groove that he had just before the injury in Renault, when he scored a brilliant top 10 in both qualifying and the race in the German Grand Prix. And hopefully he can continue that through the run into this weekend. What classifies closest thing he's going to get to a home Grand Prix. There'll be plenty of Kiwis around here on Phillip Island, cheering them on from the sideline.
Sabtu in second place on a 35.6, as our colleague in pit lane Elliott pointed out during practice earlier on in the weekend. There is no more of a defence to be thrown into as a Grand Prix debutant than making your Moto3 debut around Phillip Island, but Uriarte certainly acquitting himself well to this point.
Remember Durantier having a similar baptism of fire back in 2015. He crashed out in that occasion, but then came back in 2016, won his first ever season, and went on to become Moto3 champion and MotoGP champion. afternoon. So, no pressure, Brian. Brian obviously not the issues with Marco Soriante, who was filling in for much of the season after Matteo Bertelli's injury in the MTA squad. They are both Spaniards, but different riders. Not related either.
No, not related. Much like the Munoz pair that we've often been competing between Danny and David, who are in Moto2 and Moto3 respectively. The Oriarte pair will both be on the Prix next season. I've already told you of Brian Oriarte, who's going to become a regular. He'll be, of course, part of the illustrious Red Bull KTM Ion Club next season, replacing the outgoing champion Jose Antonio Rueda alongside Alvaro Carpe. Marcos Oriarte will be part of the MTA squad for next season. Alongside Matteo Bertelli, it's Scott Ogden. He currently sits in 9th place. It's been a particularly successful weekend, 6 points for Ogden. Was down in 20th place earlier in practice, 136.472, his best so far this weekend. And while many have made a major jump forward in this qualifying session so far, Ogden still unable to get out of the 137.
It's been a really difficult run for Ogden of late. We haven't seen him finish higher than 14 since he's done 18 all the way back in June. So it's been a bit of a lean spell in terms of results for the young Brit, the one that stayed during the earlier part of the season where he was just racking up point scores, finishes week after week, but hasn't really been evident the last month or two, unfortunately. Still waiting for full confirmation on where he'll be ending up in 2026. It had been led to believe that it was pretty much a done deal with the CIP KTM squad. He'll be staying there for another season in 2026, but we have to have full confirmation on that. We're going to find out some information fairly soon, but yeah, Ogden definitely does need a bit of a result here at Phillip Island. And, well, not really too many signs so far this weekend that it's going to arrive here.
Bertelli going well though as he looks to climb himself into the top 4 and main qualifying two. Been 2 Grand Prix since his return. That's been an ever-present Q2 when he has actually been at Grand Prix venues. Of course, the long-term absence from the multiple injuries sustained after the Americas Grand Prix. He was very tibia and his humerus in that training accident. Look at his arm, he's going to see him in the paddock. He's quite a mess, has to be said. So he's done an extraordinary job to return in such a short space of time from what were very, very serious injuries indeed. As he now makes his way through the final couple of corners. There's a bit of a bump in the middle of that final corner, turn 12. Perhaps not quite so troublesome on a Moto3 bike. But Bertelli now makes his way up the Gardner Straight. 135.493 is the time he's currently aiming at. He beats that to 4 tenths of a second. A 35.077. Only David Almanza so far this weekend has gone faster than that.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Bertelli. That's a full second faster than he managed to go in practice yesterday afternoon. So he has made big strides forward here today. Riders across all the 3 classes yesterday were commenting on just how bumpy this Phillip Island track is after restart a couple of years ago. Riders were surprised at how many more bumps there are than previous years. It's going to be felt very, very easy on these little Moto3 machines. So, forcing to come back and power warmers on. I'm not sure whether he was released a little bit too soon, but last time attack in this session, so
I'm the best person to get on with it at this stage of the session. He's already in position to play too many tactical games. With no lap time to fall back on if it does go wrong on this final run. Bertelli's just doing his own thing and worrying about himself rather than what everyone else is up to at the moment. It is serving him well. 4 tenths of a second clear he is of Buchanan now. Brian Oriarte and Nicola Carraro level on 35.60, just 100 of a second apart, 3rd and 4th. Valentin Peroni currently down in 5th, which would be a surprise in many respects to see Peroni miss out on qualifying 2. Of course, he's coming back from a heavy accident which ruled him out in the end in Indonesia. That big fall he suffered on Friday afternoon. If you discount Indonesia, where technically he was in qualifying 1 by virtue of his crash in practice, the last time we've seen Valentin Peroni fail to make Q2 all the way back to Qatar, round 4 of the season.
he's been a bit of a whiz. He's qualified in this second part of the season. He picked up his first pole of his Moto3 career since we rejoined after the summer break. Austria and also in Misano. Since very unlucky to be on the podium in Japan. Probably before that big accident in Indonesia. Understandable. He is gradually just refinding his feeling, refinding his confidence. Obviously adapting to the little violent circuit for the first time as well. The Argentinian will be back again next year though with Tech 3. Another rider he would have to recall one of the outsiders potentially to fight for the championship without putting too much pressure on his shoulders in this very early stage, but he has shown that much speed in the second part of the season to continue that position.
Pretty fair assessment based on how his second half of the season has been. Minute 50 to go, so this group are looking at cars playing too many games on this outlap to make sure they get round to the line. Eddie O'Shea, having many looks behind, he's quite keen to follow somebody else here. He doesn't want to be the tow truck leading everyone up the main straight when he starts his final flying lap. The best way of sticking yourself into Q2 would be to get a tow, which could be worth 5, 6, 7 kilometers an hour potentially down that main straight. Another good look behind from O'Shea. When he looks there, he'll see his fellow Brit, Scott Ogden, right behind him. But telling the pits as you saw that he's confident that a 35.0 is enough for Q2, and I'll make you right. One rider might think that, but I doubt 4 are going to. So Peroni now trips over to the outside of the racetrack. Bit of a cat and mouse game this. No one really wants to be the first rider onto the Gardner Straight.
So comment Buchanan is going to say, you know what, you don't want to lead, I'm going to put my head on it. Peroni might be pretty well placed to get a little bit of a nose off the Kiwi up ahead of him as he prepares for this final flying lap on the second. Peroni has 3 tenths, over 3 tenths a second combined. He wants to displace Nico Carraro. 35.616 is the time that he'll be using for on this final lap. As I say, Brian Arias obviously see it either with 35.604. Colin Buchanan in second might want to improve just completely to solidify his spot into Ellie. Second advantage looks over dry at this point.
Certainly all the riders have kept tyre temperature in these Pirellis because they're all going 30 seconds a lap slower on the hard lap to get round as Peroni takes the narrower line. Buchanan gets it all wrong though into Miller hairpin, so he's going to be hoping now that 3 riders don't beat his 35.493 that he's already set. Peroni a purple fence in the first sector, but you wouldn't say it's a particularly strong sector 1.
No, 4 tenths off. A lot of time there. O'Shea have a bit of a move coming out of the Miller hairpin. That is cost O'Shea 5 to 6 tenths per second in that second sector. I don't think any of the top 4 will be particularly concerned at the moment looking at the laps of Peroni. O'Shea is often a little more closer in the mix of the on atomic speed, but certainly no one is anywhere near challenging Matteo Fratelli in the maximum time of the session so far. Watching Buchanan lead up the stage on a turn 4. It's a few seconds to go. Well, I think going through Q2, which will be a big relief to him.
The nervous looking KTM there for Scott Ogden, who is going to find himself deep in the pack for this one. Qualified down in 25th back in Japan. So not too far up from there now. He's going to be starting 20th at best. In fact, that'll become the 21st. He's beaten by fellow Brit Eddie O'Shea, who goes into 6th spot. Now leads in 20th on the grid. Ariarte is boxed out on the top 4 by the improvements for Carraro and Marco Morelli. So MLab do get one of their riders through to Q2. Morelli, as he did in Japan, takes a place via Q1 into Q2. Fratelli wasn't beaten on that 35.0, but Carraro, Morelli and Buchanan, despite his late slip-up, will join him in the battle for pole.
Good stuff that from Marco Morelli, who has impressed many onlookers with his performances for that great MLab squad. He came in, took over the final part of this season. 95 will be a regular fixture of MotoGP race next year. General Harris going to Ascot next year. Another young Argentinian hopeful coming through that want to keep an eye on for sure. Stuff out from Nicola Carraro as well. He's had a rough time, hasn't he, of late, after missing qualifying and the race, Japanese Grand Prix through injury, and then race in Indonesia as well. Successful return for him from injury. Well, from Matteo Fratelli, over a quarter of a second back on his capacity. Fratelli goes into Q2, that time of 35.0. Well, just was 15 seconds at the end of practice yesterday when he have to imagine we're going to see big improvements from the majority of the riders in Q2. Now this is a 1 second quicker than yesterday. You have to imagine, due to the conditions and the fact that everyone's still a little bit more up to speed, still hard and trust we're going to see big improvements from everyone in the session coming up.
Despite that late slip up into Miller corner, Cormac Buchanan is safely through. About a tenth of a second in hand over Uriarte. The Kiwi moves through, sporting a special helmet design, of course, for it's what you would technically call his home Grand Prix, closest thing to it at least. Final 2-5 Morelli, 95. Torres making qualifying 2 on his debut back in Renault earlier on in the season. 5 Grand Prix starts now, he's beaten Q2 on 3 occasions. Vitelli though, who's chasing a 3rd pole of the season, of course, well, he's kept his hopes alive with the top sign in Q1. Nicola Carraro, Marco Morelli and Cormac Buchanan also advanced. Uriarte will start his Grand Prix debut tomorrow for 19th on the grid, ahead of Eddie O'Shea and Scott Ogden. Valentin Peroni, his worst in Moto3, discounting of course the session in Indonesia, which he didn't take part in. 8th for him will leave him 22nd on the grid. Noah Dempsey, LaRouche, Moody, Tasco Boafi and Ricky Rossi behind him. But it's Matteo Vitelli who's top qualifying 1 and keeps his hopes alive of challenging for pole position. Moto3, battle for pole. Q2 is on the way next.
in Indonesia, obviously when he was way outside the top 10, wasn't he, in the first couple of laps. High battle through was really quite something. So he got a little bit fortunate with the collision between Adrian Fernandez and David Munoz up ahead, which eventually brought on the red flags and went back a lap to give him the win. But still, I think that recovery on 12-13 was the first lap up to winning position was worthy of victory yet again. Rueda is certainly one of the most talented riders that's come through the MotoGP World Championship in the last couple of years. His ability to manage tires is really going to set him apart in Moto2 when he steps up next year with the IO squad. And yeah, 9 wins, 13 podiums from 18 races, that really speaks for itself. Yeah, Rueda absolutely deserving World Champion 2025.
Big pair of back-to-back races that we saw last time out in Indonesia and Japan that both underlined the maturity of Rueda. These days, really kept ahead of Japan when that rain was falling before coming back through the last stages to take a crucial second place. He's all on his own at the front of the field. He's not interested in any kind of slipstreaming or games and tactics with the rest of the field. He's right away in the front of the field. I guess he's riding with very little pressure on his shoulders right now.
A couple of fast-forward transfers in 2025 so far. Rueda has been the class apart. Think back to the rest. He was easily the class of the field. On that particular day, you think back to Silverstone as well, where he started at the back of the field and still managed to come through and win. When he can get into that pit, Renault is another example as well. When he can get into that pit with no one ahead of him and put his rhythm down, he is very, very hard to stop indeed. And looking through the past couple of Moto3 races here, obviously had some absolutely insane Moto3 races on the island in years gone by. You think back to 2018, where I think 2 seconds coming to the top 14 riders again in the race, one of the craziest and scariest races I've been completely honest that I've ever seen on that particular occasion. But the last 2 July Moto3 races that we've had here, 2022 and 2024, and Guevara and Alonso were breakaway winners in both occasions. Rueda set some really early markers. That is the fastest we've ever seen so far, the fastest ever Moto3 lap time we've seen here at Phillip Island.
We'll see that all-time lap record broken a lot, I think, in the qualifying session due to the lack of dry running as we covered in Q1. Joel Kelso already going very well as Ralston goes onto the front row early on, although the 36.9 is not going to come enough to when this session is completed. Look at this posse of riders coming across the line. Quiles onto the front row in second place. Last time we saw him this morning, he was on his knees at the gravel trap of the H shed.
Yeah, massive fast track for the number. Up there in fourth, Marco Morelli has come through Q1 and set a brilliant lap time on his first flying lap there. Lynette improved to go up into 7th position. Good stuff from him. Cormac Buchanan goes into 40 mile per lap. Jumps into 4th as well. So good stuff for the Japanese rider.
KTM in front row. Honda. Your second row at the moment. We'll follow Patelli who came to Q1. He goes into 10th place. Esteban onto the front row of the grid on the 78 Aspar bike. Just to explain why he's here. Of all things, Dennis Fortune diagnosed with pneumonia before this Grand Prix. We'll add like the 30th to that here at Phillip Island, so he's out through illness.
One track you want to come through with pneumonia probably is Phillip Island. Some of the conditions that we've had in the morning so far during this Grand Prix, but let's look at Dennis Foggia. He's recovering back in Europe. bit of a moment for the recently crowned world champion. He's gone through at turn number 3. I think that's turn number 2 actually, coming through as a southern loop for the number 99. So Rueda, didn't he have a moment there this morning as well?
He's had a few moments this weekend as the world champion, but he's quick in amongst all of that. 10th and a half covers the top 4 at the moment. Rueda, Kelso, Esteban and Adrian Fernandez, who has of course led a Grand Prix here, led a lot of it back in 2023 before he crashed out of a comfortable lead in wet conditions. At the moment, the Leopard contender,
A brilliant starting position for the young Spanish rider.
Amanda, who we also should point out, he does have a long lap penalty to serve in tomorrow's Australian Grand Prix. He was the cause of a 3-rider crash which took out Alvaro Carpe and Tayo Forosato late in Indonesia last weekend. So whatever he does in qualifying, he's going to be coming through the long lap penalty this weekend. It feels like in all 3 classes, that long lap penalty is going to play a key role in the 3 winners this weekend.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Once again, MotoGP qualifying segment here, a really poor start for Angel Carrot. Carrot's got his second in the championship. Watch out over his shoulders. 40 points difference between himself and Max in third. How many times this season we've seen this group where we're really believing it or even in the last couple of minutes to jump up the order?
14 points. It's not a big advantage at all, is it? 4 rounds to go. Certainly the form that Quiles is in. Even Quiles is proving a little leery in his various adventures. A little bit of frustration building here for Adrian Fernandez, who's got a happy camp at the moment down at Leopard Honda after ending yesterday 1 and 2. At the moment, it's all getting a bit fraught down there in the blue camp.
It certainly is. And a really happy time to see a track here when it's world championship for that squad on this circuit in 2017. Francis Alaporta, he's got the champion circuit in 2019. Since then, to come back after the pandemic has been ATM show. Guevara, Auction, also last 3 seasons. Anatomy wiped on, although the mechanics are not sure what was going on there. Something maybe with the leathers that wasn't quite of comfort. But he's had a fifth place. You have to say Quiles for his first time at this track. As you said, he's been a bit leery. It's scary watching him at times. Obviously that huge crash on the H this morning, but for him to be so back on his first visit to Phillip Island, as you say, one of the most fearsome tracks that we visit on the entire calendar. It has been, yet again, just another very, very impressive weekend. Quiles is no time whatsoever to get up to speed in the new circuit, and it's such challenging conditions as well. It's blustery with the wet on occasion too. Yes, Quiles was right there among the fastest riders at the end of play. He was yesterday, but still going to the rock. Absolutely no fear that man.
Well, they're working hard here on the 2 Leopard Hondas. Both of them currently still sat in the pits with 2 rather impatient-looking riders watching on. Adrian Fernandez on the left, David Almanza to the right. Yamanaka is waiting to rejoin the fray. He's struck down in the pits. His teammate Angel Becerra hasn't got the luxury really of waiting around. He's already gone back out. Looks as if Almanza is going to be back up and running shortly in the Leopard Honda fires into light, but Fernandez heads on his way, of course, going in search of back-to-back pole position for the first time in his career.
Surprised to see Fernandez off the front row after what we've seen so far this weekend. Frank, so lots of Rueda, Council ended up ever so slightly from yesterday. Given our headset from Elliott on it, he thinks it's more of a tactical move that Fernandez is with. Some minutes to go out later on, maybe he's trying to make sure he avoids some of the traffic that could be back on the back of David Almanza here.
Here it comes, looking to join the field again as they start their flying match. You've got to keep yourself well out of the way though, David, as the field now comes through. Yamanaka, Forosato, Wolfman, Necker and Manetta have all just completed outlaps and they've all found themselves fourth there into the southern loop. Adrian Fernandez now leads the pit lane, so he should have enough time for 2 flying laps.
In a real return to form for this team from them, who's been out in the cold for so much of this year. It looks as though Stanton will be struggling to find a place on MotoGP Grid next year. But we saw some signs of him returning to form last weekend, or last time out, I should say, in Indonesia. 9th place for him, and he was on the podium here last year. He was very, very close to his first ever Moto3 podium. Good qualifying now.
With 2 long laps, of course, but in that Grand Prix as well for Nepa. Still yet to stand on a Grand Prix podium after 135 attempts. Of course, we should point out, confirmation of the rider replacing him at 658 Scott quarter on the next year. Casey O'Gorman, who did impress on his 2 substitute appearances, will be a full-time rider in Moto3 next season. But look at Joel Kelso's sector time. He's potentially going to be challenging a 133 here in this Q2 session. Rowaida's going to extend his advantage up to 4:10 now, 34, 147 for the world champion. But he is coming under threat with plenty of Aussie fans cheering Kelso on. He's just got the final corner to go. He's 66, putting it all on the line. Surely not lacking motivation and not lacking support here at Phillip Island. Vincenzo Fratelli has the best view potentially in the fastest ever lap of Moto3 here in Phillip Island. Kelso on the 134.056 takes provisional pole.
Fabulous stuff from Joel Kelso and doing it without his slipstream up ahead. That is a sign of real confidence. The MTA squad looking on very happy on pit wall. Kelso and Rowaida, they are in a class of their own as it stands in this session so far.
I think he did get a toe to start the lap. Fratelli did start his lap before Kelso. Kelso, of course, finished it before Fratelli, so perhaps some team tactics at MTA. And slipstream to start the lap works out for Joel Kelso, who leads by just under a tenth of a second. It worked out actually for both of the MTA riders. Kelso and Fratelli are both on the front row of the grid as it stands at the moment. But Kelso is coming our way. He's just outside our coverage box window now as he goes a long way round Miller Hairpin.
Yeah, that was nice. So that he gave Fratelli around the first half of this lap, although Fratelli is eased off. He's stopped off the pair of them. It's Max Gilles comes around Siberia underneath Fratelli there. But what a return that would be for the Italian. 3 races into his injury return. He can put it back on the front row. That really would be saying something. Actually, some fast lap times coming in here. Going fast as well. Ralston within 3/10 of a second. Ralston put it on the front row here with this particular lap time. Vanessa is also flying just behind him, although I don't think they'll be covering the top 2.
Alvaro Carpe's just got his 4th position ahead of Esteban, so that's from Quiles now off the 2nd row. Of course, don't expect too much just yet for the Leopard Hondas. They're just on their first run, or first lap of the track. They'll be pushing hard on lap 2. Vanessa, though, if he can hold that corner for a second, he can move on to the front row of the grid with him. Off the back of his 2nd place in Indonesia, and he's got Murasato and Yamanaka punching ahead and air for him as he goes across the line of 34.281 for Vanessa. Goes just ahead of Murasato. It's Honda's 3rd, 4th now.
Honda's showing pretty well in this qualifying session as we expected, but not the Hondas that we expected, because Adrian Fernandez is on it in. David Almanza still is in heat, so the Leopard bikes still have some serious work to do.
45 seconds to go. All the Aussie fans, those that have got MotoGP aspects of the Guido. Petey's gone down at Miller Hairpin. Petey currently in 10th place. Anyone with a live timing app around this Phillip Island circuit are just looking at their apps, hoping that no red sectors are going to show up on their phones. At the moment, none are. It's Carpe who's setting personal best, but he's back in 6th spot. Almanza is pushing on. Quiles also with a personal best in the 1st sector, but they've got a quarter of a second to make up.
It doesn't look like Carpe is going to be doing anything on this particular lap. Almanza half a second off halfway round. It's just not really going to plan for either of the Leopard on the runners. Carpe going out his teammate Rowaida is 1.5 seconds off. Rowaida is going to be second at best in this section, but we're going to look a bit further down the field to see what is happening. As it stands, Almanza is the only rider on course to improve on his lap time. He's only on course to go into 17th place. I think you can say Joel Kelso has secured a famous pole position.
Looking good, isn't it? Looking very good. Nepa's now getting held up here by David Almanza through the final run, and Nepa can potentially get himself onto the 2nd or 3rd row with this, with the slipstream of Almanza leading him towards the line, 22 ahead of 82. Almanza only goes up to 17th place. That's a big disappointment for him. Stefano Nepa, though, into the top 10 on the grid. His best qualifying. The first race of the season when he was on the front row in Bororan early on in the season. Lunetta then takes 3rd. The world champion, Jose Antonio Reyes, starts 2nd. But they can start the celebrations in the grandstands at Phillip Island. The beers are on Joel Kelso tonight. He is on pole position for his home Grand Prix.
Fantastic stuff from Joel Kelso. 5th race in succession that the young Aussie has put it on the front row of the grid. And that's actually his first pole position of this season so far. Impressive stuff from Kelso, and he will certainly be gunning for ultimate honours tomorrow. Came into this weekend high on confidence, having led each of the last 3 Grand Prix at some point. He set himself up perfectly for a real attack on a maiden Moto3 victory tomorrow. You can see there, lots of 66 flags through the lines in the grandstand here.
The first Australian ever to take a lightweight class pole position in Australia. History made by Joel Kelso out of Phillip Island. The Aussies absolutely love that. Of course, the major job comes tomorrow. Kelso, of course, having already stood on a Phillip Island podium, he would really want to convert that into a first Moto3 victory. Of course, he's had a couple of second places already this season. It's been a very successful run of results for Kelso. 3 podiums. Of course, in terms of the World Championship, he's in 5th place overall. Could potentially still get himself into that battle for second in the championship if results will truly go his way here this weekend. But all his thoughts will be for now are, well, 2 things. Tissot Watson's about to be put around his wrist, and the prospect of leading off his home Grand Prix tomorrow.
Absolutely. Kelso didn't quite get his qualifying right at this point 1 year ago, and that really cost him in the race. He got enough back in the tank and still to score a top 10 result, but put that right this time, and to go head-to-head with the recently crowned world champion Jose Antonio Rueda at a track that really suits Rueda's riding style, and to come on top, that really is some doing. Fantastic stuff from Joel Kelso, fantastic stuff from the level of MTA squad. We're going to pass back to Elliot, who did pit lane with their team boss, Alessandro Cinucci.
Yeah, he certainly did. I'm just checking his round bottom first. Alessandro! Alessandro, top job. Your boy's doing it on pole position for his home Grand Prix. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Fantastic. He's very strong, so we're really happy already for tomorrow.
Awesome flash as Alessandro Cinucci was having our answer there. Robert Malone was the fastest yesterday, slowest in this Q2 session. Maram Carpe, who was getting a little hot under the collar early on with some of the tactics in that Q2 session. He'll still start on the second row of the grid. So for the 83, back-to-back second row starts for him. Without wanting to give away too much of what we've seen already today. Of course, our Grand Prix classic. No consideration from a row point of view.
Yeah, the Australians have delivered so far at Phillip Island at their home Grand Prix this weekend. I give too much away with regards to MotoGP, but Jack Miller, well, he certainly gave everyone here at the island something to shout about. If Fernandez looks on, he'll be very disappointed with his play because it was a disaster on the 3rd row of the grid. He also comes in 34.056, 1.3 seconds faster than last year. The previous Moto3 lap record was absolutely flying in that session, completely obliterated the lap record as well. Kelso and Rueda, head and shoulders above the rest in that Q2.
Well, here's another rider who will be eyeing a maiden Moto3 victory tomorrow. Although might be a crowd pleasing one if he does it. The tyre for Rosato lines up in 4th place. His best qualifying of 2025, so congratulations to Tayo. Just to carry him on his shoulders to the front of the grid tomorrow. There is Alessandro Cinucci just congratulating Joel Kelso. Of course, he's departing that team for next season. He's off to MLab Honda for next year. Narantito is the nickname. Anyone who can translate Spanish will understand what that nickname is in reference to.
Yeah, and this whole little flash of his mum here this weekend. His sister as well has driven all the way down from Darwin in North Australia. Like 1,000 kilometres they've been driving for 3 days to come down to see her brother at his home Grand Prix. And yeah, remarkable stuff from Kelso. He feels since he got his future outside in Misano, basically he's been right back at the sharp end of the Moto3 class after a tricky middle part of the year. He is very much been back to his best. I think we're about to hear down in Park Fermé.
Cannot wait for this one. It's only the second pole position of Joel Kelso's career. What better place to do it? The Australian is on pole at the Australian Grand Prix. Joel Kelso, who's just sharing the word there with Casey Stoner, of course, an Aussie legend who's had many a pole position over the course of his career in Moto3. MotoGP Hall of Famer, 2-time MotoGP World Champion. I don't know whether we can just discussing the conditions there. I'm a little reluctant to throw down to Park Fermé and Elliot while they're having a chat. Joel Kelso, your Aussie pole sitter, speaking now to us. Joel, congratulations, what a lap. Talk us through it, as you are the first Australian to ever put it on pole in Moto3 in Australia. That must sound pretty cool.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, I seen Miller chucking on the front row before, so I have to follow it up for the Aussies out there and now get a pole and ready to rumble tomorrow. I think we're in the best conditions. To be honest, mate, this is the best conditions you're ever going to get from Phillip Island. And to be honest, even this morning I wanted that lap record, so due today in qualifying I had to really send it out there to get a lap record and obviously a pole. Also, me and my teammate did some good work together, which was really great. Getting the slipstream down the main straight is what I needed, just that little bit extra, a 1 or 2 tenths that helped, and yeah, it was a hell of a lot easier.
Top job, good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers, mate.
2024 in Thailand, Phillip Island in 2025. Shooting big for Joel Kelso in front of his home fans. Incredible stuff, and he is ready to rumble, as he said. Tomorrow he will be gunning for his first ever Moto3 victory. An epic performance in qualifying. The qualifying of his life so far, you have to say.
Well, the words "win it or finish" are often thrown around in Grand Prix circles, aren't they? But I think we can also excuse Joel Kelso if he's got that kind of mindset tomorrow. He'll be going for gold. No question about that tomorrow. He has done the Aussie fans proud on this Super Saturday. But that will be a fairy tale victory in Moto3 tomorrow. Aussies have won here before in Moto3. General Miller himself, who Joel referenced there in his interview. Miller victorious here back in 2014. Better feelings as an Australian they popped to the Islands and then immediately congratulated by Casey Stoner, no less. Joel Kelso on pole for the Australian Grand Prix. As an Aussie, it gets no better than that, or potentially the only thing that is better comes tomorrow. Jose Antonio Reina, the world champion, starts right next to him in second. Luca Lanetta on the front row of the grid in third. His first front row since Aragon. Santos best of the year, fourth. Fratelli fifth from Carpe. Esteban, the super sub at Akbar, seventh. Third of Andrew Fernandez and Max Quiles. Guido Pini and Crackman third, fourth. 10th from Nefa, Morelli, Ralston and Piqueras down in 14th place. Nicola Carraro, 15th from Yamanaka Buchanan and the frustrated Almanza. Fastest yesterday, slowest in Q2. Ryan Oriarte on his debut 19th for O'Shea Ogden, Peroni Desvila Bugli, Tachikombo Asri and Ricky Rossi. Aussie. Pole for Joel Kelso. Can he complete the job tomorrow? Tune in at midday to find out. Kelso on pole in Moto3. Can the Aussie feel-good story continue in Moto2? Their qualifying sessions come up next. Good afternoon to you, warm welcome back to what is not the warmest of Phillip Island Saturday, but there are few better places to watch motorcycle racing than this. What a day it's already been from an Aussie point of view. In MotoGP and in Moto3, Moto2 qualifying comes up next, where there might be some more Aussie success. With Senna Regis off the back of a podium here last season. Definitely got one better here this year in Moto2. Of course, the big job for him this afternoon is trying to secure pole position in front of obviously a buoyant Aussie crowd. The events today so far. For Moto2, the sole Grand Prix class yet to crown its champion, and still a long way, I think, from crowning the champion at the events of Indonesia last time out. All of the title contenders, though, are through to qualifying soon. But coming up in Q1, so there must be a name, though. Andrew Huerta, pole sitter last year here in World Super Sport on his way to the title. Ivan Silva for the MSI squad. Albert Arena, of course, is up in the top 8 of the World Championship. Philip Salac is there on your screens, although we might have some further news on him in just a moment. Alex Escrooge for the forward team. Joe Roberts, Dan Colgado, perhaps the biggest name in this Q1 session after he crashed early in practice yesterday. Zonta van den Gorberg, both of these Speed RS Boscoscuros, a team that so often comes to this circuit expecting victory. Both of their riders have to go through qualifying one here this afternoon in bed to keep up that team's incredible recent Phillip Island record. Also coming up then in this Q1 session, from Zonta van den Gorberg, Marcus Ramirez, Jorge Navarro, Harrison Voigt making his return to action in Moto2 as the injury replacement for Unai Aradre, and Yuki Kuni for Hidemitsu Honda Team Asia. And Neil Morrison with you for Moto2 qualifying. Elliot York is in pit lane, and we'll be speaking to the pole sitter in Park Ferme. In a couple of races, Moto2 qualifying sessions, he's been speaking to Danny Holgado, who was on pole position in Barcelona and at Misano. Not an enjoyable first experience of a Moto2 bike at Phillip Island so far for Danny.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend for Danny. He's already won 2 races in his rookie Moto2 season so far. Passed off at the rookie height yesterday and missed the majority of the practice session. Left the time and close to the bottom. But thankfully, he's relatively uninjured. A little bit of pain in his right foot. And Morgado was really kicking the conditions that have greeted us here today at Phillip Island, because we lost all of the MP2, really the last chance for a couple of riders to put their resettings together, as we had wet conditions earlier on today. And there is confirmation that Philip Salac will not be taking part in this qualifying session. He had a little moment when he was flung onto the seat yesterday morning, crashed, but he tweaked his right shoulder. He had injured previously this season back in Assen in June. And yeah, really would give something come to some pace. Yesterday, at the end of yesterday, it's going to be a real struggle to finish the rest of this week. And unfortunately, Jack Ryder going through and can break the performance.
Prove himself sadly absolutely right, which will definitely Jake Dixon going in alone from the Alpine BTS team. Let's head down to pit lane for some further news on that. Let's join Elliot. Philip is already on his way to Melbourne. Was going to try catch a word to try and get the latest, but has been told that Philip is already on his way to Melbourne, so hopefully fingers crossed we'll see him in Malaysia next week. Thanks very much, Elliot. We certainly wish Philip Salac all the best, who, as Neil rightly mentioned, has had all sorts of bad luck so far this season. That bad luck continues through this Australian Grand Prix weekend. So you can't say the Chelsea of Yetis in this session due to bad luck, but it certainly has been a bad weekend so far for the Speed RS team. 3 crashes between their 2 riders, the lion's share taken by Chelsea of Yetis.
Yeah, a couple of fast crashes as well. He fell down at Miller and Hairpin as well as Siberia yesterday. Both guys had a high side coming out of Siberia yesterday morning. Right on towards the bottom end of the order. It's just typical Moto2 2025, isn't it? The riders that we so dominant 3 races ago in San Marino, they qualified, and then a Grand Prix win of the season. Come here and struggled so badly on the from the inside of your pictures. It's not been happy hunting ground for Jelly in Australia in the last couple of years. I said this yesterday morning, since here in his second ever Grand Prix in 2018, that's crazy. 40 rider fight in front of the Moto3 race. Since then, that's still every single race competed at Phillip Island. And well, obviously so far, that isn't really going to change so much tomorrow.
And even if he does finish, he won't be finishing too high up, it has to be said, at this stage. There's still plenty of time for that to turn around, and look at Boscoscuro. I might be watching some reruns of previous Australian Grand Prix around here for races ahead of tomorrow. There's Harrison Voigt, who, as mentioned, did compete in the Australian Grand Prix here last season when he was a Precanos injury substitute. He's on board the 29 Boscuro for the QJ Motorsport MSI squad, partnering Ivan Ortola this weekend. Ortola also a part of this Q1 search. Points was 27th yesterday on a 132.226. Ortola missed down the place in Q5 just under a tenth of a second. Ortola was 16th at the end of practice today.
Harrison Boyd gets another chance in the Moto2 World Championship. He actually was a member of the series last year at this particular run as well when he stepped in as a replacement rider in the Precanos squad, riding a Calac chassis. He rides a Calac chassis in the European Moto2 Championship, so quite a lot of new things to learn. There's a really big difference between that and Boscuro. Find his speed, getting up to speed, but Boyd is absolutely no secret that he would like to be MotoGP World Championship level. Here on the back of best European Moto2 result of the season last time out when he was in fourth. So Boyd starting to show signs of form this season. And if he's anywhere close towards the top four in this session, I think that would be a major result for him. It's not just this weekend, he's going to be kicking over Landry seat Japan in just 5 days time as well.
Andre resting up to prepare himself to fight for the European MotoGP Championship title contender in that class with a couple of rounds to go. So Andre, who re-aggravated a left wrist injury back in Japan, certainly wasn't aided by the events of Indonesia either. Joe Roberts and Danny Holgado Ramirez, and Holgado to the stage 24 and 27 go side by side through turn 4. Holgado short on dry lap first stage. Their other mixed SP1 yesterday, which did start in the wet conditions, finished very briefly in the dry yesterday morning. We had a dry practice which Holgado ended 5 laps in, and then a predominantly wet SP2 this morning as well. So every lap gold dust for Holgado in this session.
Yeah, he was into flying laps yesterday afternoon after his big crash up at Rookie Heights. So safe to say that he's on the back foot, obviously coming here on MotoGP for the first time, so has a lot to learn. That's important to start the asphalt box Moto2 so far this weekend. We'll come on to his teammate in Q2 in about 10 or 15 minutes time. That will also looking in very, very good shape here so far this weekend. See what Holgado can imagine as he comes across the line. He sets the fastest time at 31.3, but that is immediately beaten by Andres Huertas and Ivan Ortola down into the 30.9. Stuff that from Huertas first time on, but you still feel there's still quite a bit of margin to go.
And it's Huertas' best lap of the weekend so far. That's his lap of the weekend so far. He hasn't done a 30 to this point. Fastest lap overall at the Australian Grand Prix weekend has been set by Huertas' teammate, the title chasing and MotoGP bound Diogo Moreira, a 130.307. Of course, is a Moto2 lap record for the final circuit.
Conditions right now are, I'd say, a good deal better than what we had in practice yesterday when it was a bit colder and also a lot more windy. So, might be in the 29 when we get to Q2. This Q1 session, which pretty much is MotoGP time. This circuit about, what, 10, 15 years ago?
Not a long time ago. Many MotoGP riders were signed for a 129. They were doing 26s early on today in qualifying too. But Holgado's warming to the task here. You do expect the temperatures to warm up tomorrow here in Phillip Island. Expect the air temperatures typically 8-9 degrees warmer than this when we go racing. We remind you, if you're just joining us, the Moto2 race, as in all 3 classes, has been pushed back by an hour tomorrow to try and dodge the worst of the winter conditions. So it'll be 1:15 local time. Moto2 will go racing over 23 laps, and 27 is currently going to be riding the heat of the action. He's put in a 1:38.99, which is now second quickest by Albert Arena for 35.44. We're used to seeing a Grassini bike in Q1 in Moto2. Darren Binder, though, automatically through on this occasion. It's Arena having to try his luck in Q1.
As part of this high-speed trade is following Holgado around, so he has plenty of references up ahead. Still one or two references around Alex Arena yet remain on the Moto2 grid for 2026. Is that a first? It's coming out with this by Holgado.
Slider off Danny Holgado's knee that potentially came off. We'll try and catch a look on his leathers to see if it's gone missing. See one on his left knee, on his right knee, got missing. Yeah, it's the right knee slider that's blown off Danny Holgado. Well, we know it's windy. It's not as windy as it was yesterday or as expected to be tomorrow, but something has forced that knee slider to make a bit for freedom.
See there, our camera's picking it up there on Holgado's right knee. Great spot that, Lewis, as he came through Stoner Curve and started to brake. Was turn 4. Lewis just didn't put it on, stick it on with enough force before this session started, so Holgado will certainly have noticed that distraction.
He's trying to put his right knee down for the Miller hairpin at turn 4 and would realise that there was not a knee slider gripping him across the racetrack, only his knee himself. So Holgado will be coming up pit lane to have some of his apparel refixed. But Alex Stritch is continuing on his way on the forward machine. Stritch, who had some mechanical problems yesterday in pre-practice 1, which left him setting no time. He set the 6th fastest time in his Q1 session, on a 1:31.1. That's a quarter of a second quicker than he went yesterday.
No real improvement from the 2-speed RS team as it's Alonso Lopez down in 10th. We've spoken about yes, he's reached issues at this track. Alonso Lopez was the race winner here back in 2022 and did so in the most dominant fashion that you could imagine. Took a long lap penalty and still emerged from that in the lead. The early laps of the race, as we see Danny Holgado surrounded by control now with the headset. Here is the replay. That is his knee slider just coming unstuck as he put his right leg out there. He was windy, but it didn't think the wind was heavy enough to actually rip his knee slider off his leathers there. You can see number 96, or sorry, the former number 96.
Not confused at the 27 on the bike and the 96 on his ankle. A number that he might well reclaim next season at MotoGP with Jake Dixon going across to the World Superbike Championship. Currently in second then, does Holgado. He's kind of got the same state on a 1:30.899. He's only a tenth of a second clear of Ivan Artola, who sits fifth on a 31 flat.
Alex Stritch has set the 6th fastest time, as you can see. And we have a bit of a lull here halfway through this Q1 session. Let's see a replay here. This is Stritch coming out off the Miller hairpin. Ever so slightly out of shape, but all fairly under control for the number 11. So Arenas, Holgado, Roberts and Huertas. But as Lewis says, 3.5 tenths of difference between Arenas and Holgado. I think Holgado, Roberts and Huertas cannot be entirely confident of racing Q2 just yet. We saw there a seagull at the back of the shot there as the forward racing machine came down towards turn 1 of starring all this morning section.
Keeping a very close eye on Andrew Huertas' whereabouts at this Ford Margaret to see. KTM test rider and Tech 3 Super Sub this weekend and very closely associated with Danny Holgado, giving him some words of encouragement. But yes, unfortunately, Andrew Huertas connected with a seagull earlier on this morning in pre-practice 2. It's fair to say that the Italtrans Calix won that particular battle.
Unfortunate for the seagull, but he's thankfully no damage.
back in 2016 with Thomas Lucy taking the checkered flag. The Foster Scoros only hope to keeping that run going are really on the shoulders of Jake Dixon in qualifying 2 and tomorrow's Grand Prix. He'll be out on track in the sole remaining Mark Vidias Moscoscuro a little bit later on. Delgado leads Celestino Vietti, leads Dr. Van den Gorberg, leads Joe Roberts on their way through the turn 10 hairpin. Joe Roberts, do you believe what you read? And we certainly trust our Italian broadcast colleagues at Sky. We'll have a new crew chief in Moto2 next season.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be reunited with Giulia Castro, currently with T6 and Mark Vidias. Mark Vidias for the past 5 seasons. So Castro will be going back to work with Joe Roberts in the American racing season next year. And there will be obviously 2 rider changes. Vidias with the Dodge 26 Connect and Dennis Aldrich comes along with the Martin. Right, my guru here, sent across to work with Connect, so that means Castro is definitely trying to work with Roberts. Roberts pretty in this session, they get a decent run with Dr. Van den Gorberg up ahead as he comes down into the Honda hairpin. Good stuff from Hungary, you'd have to say, 3 changes, obviously picking up some great advice from Paul Espargaro, who has been in some ways the star of this weekend.
He has been a twice the Moto2 winner around this Phillip Island circuit, won by a mile in 2012, and with these exercises you're currently looking at, you can understand why Arenas is out there, not confident that the 30.5 would be enough. We might be about to get that magical 1:29 Moto2 lap around Phillip Island, and it could be about to come from Danny Holgado, and you have to be so impressed with the way he's rebuilt his weekend after the crash at the start of practice and put him in that Q1 session. The one silver lining, I guess, from having that crash, at least it gave him an extra 15 minutes of running in qualifying 1, because he needs every dry lap he can get. Such a difficult circuit to learn as a rookie in any class of racing, but Holgado is learning and learning quickly. We're expecting him across the line very shortly, and he really gives it plenty on the way out of turn 12. It's not quite a 1:29, but a 1:30.197 is surely enough for Q2.
Yeah, absolutely stunning stuff that from Danny Holgado, continuing this brilliant run of positive. He's been in an absolute huge crash for Marcos Ramirez. Goodness me.
The weekend.
That's the second of the weekend. Was that coming out of the final turn there? Sector number 4. It's either coming out of the penultimate turn or the final one. That is a big old crash for the Andalusian rider. See green flags there on the start-finish area. I think it was coming out of turn number 12.
Yeah, there are no slow crashes through there. That's 4th gear on a Moto2 bike, 160 kilometers an hour. Ramirez was down in 9th place as we've got further yellow flags out in sector number 4. Two Moto2 riders introduced themselves to the long lap penalty loop. They have yellow down in turn 12, which could spell an end to this Moto2 Q1 session. Only a minute to go. Alex is in several pieces. Fortunately, the rider is in one piece. Just saw in the back of the picture. I was saying painful land. The bike absolutely trashed. The tyre off the rim. Marcos Ramirez looking back saying, what happened there?
Wow, Ramirez so fortunate not to be caught up with this bike there. You can see the violence of the bike. Spinning through the gravel. Thankfully, the rider was well clear of that. As football team provider of American Racing looks on, and it's just been a complete nightmare this weekend out of Marcos Ramirez. Your heart goes out to him. Had a big crash down in Siberia yesterday morning, and that was a real egg-beater of a crash. It looks as though on the positive side for the team, Joe Roberts' teammate will get another crack at the whip. Here, this will be his last flying lap. I think he got held up by traffic on his last flying one through sector number 3. Making it work. The final second of this session. We've got Ola, Arenas, Huertas and Lopez up ahead. So Lopez has finally started to serve, but still not to the extent needed to get through the Q2.
Yeah, Lopez is fit. He's done a few reps down in 10th place. He's not done anything better than a 1:31.7 in this session, and that is his fastest lap time of the weekend as Huertas checks up in turn 4. He's done well out of the way of Joe Roberts, because Roberts has got a Q2 place to fight for here. And, outside of him, there is no hope really of Q2 for American Racing, who I guess are contemplating a hefty late night repair job on Marcos Ramirez's 24 bike to get him ready for the Grand Prix tomorrow. And as it stands, Joe Roberts won't be advancing through Q1 either.
Yeah, he certainly can't accuse Joe Roberts of lacking commitment through the hay shed there. He was right out at the edge of the track on the exit there of turn number 8. Nice clean down into MG hairpin. He's certainly in the mix here. Roberts could well nab his final top 4 spot from Adrian Huertas. Really clean through these final two left-handers. Turned and cleared his teammate on 2 or 3 minutes ago, but Robert trying to create a bit of a shake over the box there as they come down onto the Gardner Straight. Robert comes across the line. It's not enough for a spot in the top 4, so 5th place for the Americans. I have to say, it's been a nightmare session. Pretty capital for American business.
I'm surprised that the estimation was 5th, given he was only a 10th off through the third sector, but they clearly knew something we didn't. Holgado super strong through that final sector. Way too strong for Roberts, who lost the best part of half a second. 5th for him, 6th and 9th for the American racing team.
In all that excitement and fear, I guess, of Marcus Ramirez's crash, you didn't mention Danny Holgado. That is a new Moto2 lap record for this Phillip Island circuit. More than 10 faster than the time set by Diogo Moreira yesterday afternoon. And there is confirmation on your screens. Well, you have to really admire this young rider's verve, ability to bounce back from some difficult moments. We thought complicated afternoon yesterday, and then total lack of dry running this morning. Danny Holgado would be featured. Well done, Chris. He's given himself a really good chance of qualifying well at that time. 1:30.1 in this session. What's the likes of Senegate, Diogo Moreira, Aaron Beck going to be capable of in Q2? It's certainly going to be in 29.
Sure, you have to think so. Ivan Altola on a 30.4. Moto3 pole sitter last season, so he's still on course for back-to-back Phillip Island poles. Keeps himself in the mix and ensures that at least one more bottom scorer will take part in the battle for pole position. 4 of them will be in the pole position shootout. And on a postcard for what happened to Celestino Vietti this weekend, is 3rd from the back of the grid, 11th in this Q1 session. Fair to say that Vietti is a little bit up and down in qualifying terms, but that is by far and away the worst qualifying of Celestino Vietti's 2025.
Yeah, 25th on the grid. Not very good. He had a nightmare weekend in Hungary, didn't he, when he qualified down in 23rd, but 25th is obviously 2 places worse, and I think it's maybe a bit premature to say just pack up and head to Japan, but it does have that feel of it already this the weekend.
It was there last year, so I can understand if you'd be a little keen to get straight across there to the Japan International Circuit. Phillip Island hasn't provided much cheer for Chile so far. Pascal Huertas, though, 4th in that session. 10th and a quarter in the end he was, clear of Joe Roberts, and he books his place in the battle for pole position, which will feature both of the Aspar rookies, with new all-time lap record holder Danny Holgado quickest, Ivan Altola 2nd, from Andrea Huertas and Alvaro Reina, and they move through to qualifying 2. Joe Roberts with that final sector drifting away 5th, Lopez 6th from Van den Goldberg and Prix, Ramirez and Navarro, Celestino Vietti down in 11th place, the season's worst qualifying for him, ahead of only Yuki Cooney and Harrison Voigt. What a recovery that was for Danny Holgado on the floor yesterday afternoon. He breaks the lap record this afternoon. He's involved in the battle for pole position in Moto2. Which comes next?
Which rider is going to take a gigantic leap towards glory?
Harry, what a race it was from him over in Indonesia. How's he feeling this weekend, especially now the gap is reduced to the top?
But it's okay, the feeling, because yesterday we go fast. He's not in the first position, but he's ready for Q2. And this morning it's not a good day to start because it's a wet condition of the track. And now I want a little bit lucky for the Q2. But all is possible. Starting the first Enduro is the goal, and for try tomorrow the best.
What did he find in Indonesia on Sunday to give him a bit of confidence, a bit more speed that he's been lacking in the last few races? What did he find?
Changing to Japan and MotoGP some parts of the bike for change for the feeling change last year, because in this year starting the best position in a row don't easy come up. In Indonesia changing some parts and this is really condition confidence and the power and are correct. And in this race I want to again similar Sabtu in the front for Indonesia.
And just super quickly on Barry as well, he's still in title contention. It's going to be difficult, but how is he feeling on the other side of the box?
Yeah, no, again, Barry is ready for today. The Australian is very difficult because it's too many wins. For all guys, the strength is a unique race. And today is the safety is the first, and after try to the best.
Thank you, Roberto. Good luck with you too.
Thank you, bye.
Thanks very much, Elliot, and thanks as well to Roberto Locatelli, former 125 CC World Champion, of course, now team manager down in the Atlantic box. A really interesting update on both of his riders. Aaron Neville will speak about him in just a little moment or two, because Senny is on your screen. You've seen some brilliant performances from his really in the other Grand Prix categories so far today. 4, 5 and 8 years added in to potentially the front row. He has shown potential in the dry sessions that we've had so far this weekend. He was a cut above everyone else in this Moto2 field yesterday afternoon in practice in terms of his rhythm and his consistency over a longer run. So now it's for number 81. He is looking to put it on the front row. Lots of expected home fans here this weekend, you would have to say. Strong net on our screen. Takavara was very fast in the wet conditions this morning. A little bit of weather inflicted pep sessions for the Moto2 boys here so far this weekend. And much full wet sessions from others through his slicks towards the end of FP2 this morning. But like in Moto3, comfortably the best conditions that we've had for Moto2 so far this weekend. And as we previously said in Q1, we're fully expecting that lap record to be smashed even further after it was broken in Q1 just there. But just a comment briefly on Roberto Locatelli. He said net in Japan, he's still struggling to find his rhythm from last year. We're still struggling to find the wrong 18 of the year. Might not be able to find it. It might just be slightly elusive. But too much changing of parts in Japan. He needs to go back to some kind of setting that he's been using prior to that in Indonesia. And well, the results really spoke for themselves, coming through 21st on the grid to eventually finish in third. A brilliant performance from Kenneth. And as we mentioned earlier today, confirmation that he'll be working with ex-Ayagura crew chief Norman Frank in Mark BDS next year. And hopefully across his, well, some of the members of his current squad in Frantic, because they have such a good relationship. When they found that wasn't going to be possible, Aaron wanted to one for Norman Frank. I was speaking to his best friend David Sanchez earlier, and he said, "We like people that speak to us direct. Norman is that kind of person." So
Certainly is. No danger of that for next season. Well, it has been a bit of an up and down weekend so far for the Inside GP squad. Manny Gonzalez on the floor twice. The centre Aegis has been flying at his home Grand Prix. What are the prospects for both in this GP session? Jürgen Ling is now speaking to Al.
He certainly is, Jürgen. Let's start with the home hero centre. After a tricky, difficult couple of races, he looks really good this weekend. How excited can the Australian fans be about his prospects this weekend?
Yeah, he's fortunately in a really good mood and he has a good flow. He loves this track and he loves his people, his own people around him, and so he enjoys a lot, and he's doing a fantastic job till now, and I think he can keep this momentum.
What is it about the Phillip Island circuit that he loves? Obviously extra motivation being at home, but is it a track that suits his style? He's already had a podium here, of course, as well.
Yeah, both. He loves the track, and for sure the people around him have, and also the liquid MotoGP, so it gives him an extra motivation. It's nice to see how side is another story. He's a young rider and he needs a bit time to figure out these things, but I think he's on a good way. And we saw already in Indonesia, he did a good race, but the long lap and all the stuff is showing. Also the qualifying was not that good, and in the Moto2 in the start, not from the front, so it's difficult. But we saw already in Indonesia, he will be back soon.
Disappointment on the other side, of course, after the race in Indonesia. The manager, from a team perspective, how disappointed were you, and what's the feelings like coming to Phillip Island? How did the problem that arose come about? Describe it to us and to the fans at home.
Yeah, of course, Indonesia was not really helpful for all of us. It was really disappointing what's happening there, and we never had any advantage. This mistake, let's say, but it is how it is. But now, for him and for all the team, for sure, it's a different feeling now. But we have to look forward and we have to think positive. I mean, we are still leading the championship. Here, watched the previous years, it was not super competitive, but we take as much as possible points from here, and I think for the other three races it's looking better. But of course you can feel it's not the same that before. He's not so free anymore, but I think we have to work together and help each other, and then we can manage it.
Just finally, how is Manu feeling this weekend? I guess the mindset has changed, and is he all okay after the crash earlier on yesterday?
Yeah, it was quite okay, because both crashes we could analyze very well. The first one was just a risk. The second one he knows, because he said, yeah, I know I was very fast. So that's why. So it's not a problem at all. The worst for a rider is always if they don't know why they crash, but most crashes we had, we know why.
Jürgen, thank you, and good luck for the rest of the weekend with both your riders.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ali, and thanks to Jürgen Lee. It's been a dramatic start to this Q2 session for one of the other championship contenders. Aaron Canet is already on the deck. He's gone down outside our common front window, down at Miller hairpin. Canet will not be taking a lap time in this Q2 session, so no sooner had he got himself back into MotoGP championship contention, his chances of taking another serious blow. Diogo Moreira, one of the other title contenders, looking to deal out maximum punishment once again. A 130.224. We now have the same top two as we had yesterday.
Yeah, stuff from Moreira, and is used to be within 1/10 of the new lap record within their first flying lap. Very promising start to this qualifying session. But Austin Moreira is getting it very loose. A couple of moments on his previous lap there where he was out of the seat, and coming around southern loop there, it looked quite similar. Oh, and that's a massive moment for Manny Gonzalez coming through turn number 1. He was very, very fortunate to catch that there. We go on board with Manny Gonzalez, had a massive crash start at the Hayshed yesterday at over 120 miles an hour. Here he had another one here.
Just as he was feeding the power back in there, wasn't he? The rear came round. He's had 2 crashes. He didn't want to have a third in that session. So Gonzalez currently 7th, but only on a 131.8. He will not be starting very high in the grid if he doesn't improve on that. Canet still trying to get his bike bucker up and running. We saw several pinches falling off it. He's not got far to go actually to get himself to the pit lane from there. He just lost our left on Toba down too, and he's down at the stage, turn 4, the number 4 down at turn 4.
Yeah, dramatic start to this session then. Aaron Canet, you must have your head in your hand. Roberto Locatelli thinks he's done one miracle to get himself back into championship contention, as Montolo was very fortunate not to get caught up with some of the riders up ahead of him just there. And once he's on the grass there, after so much rain overnight, there was not a great deal of adhesion there. That was all that was the result in this qualifying session over the Dominic. Lap time on the board. Only at 1.3.5 seconds off for Aaron's quick time so far.
Arbolino onto the front row on a 30.3. He's third. We're watching David Alonso sector times too, because we know he's very good in that final sector, so he might be able to get himself somewhere near the front row of the grid when he crosses the line shortly. Gonzalez still then without any sort of representative lap time really to his name. Alonso came across the line, did a 30.279, but has had it cancelled due to the yellow flag, so that would have put Alonso on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, and when we were looking at practice yesterday, there were 5 names in this Moto2 field that really stood out in terms of their consistency and their speed. Those were Ineos, Alonso, Moreira, Canet, and Jake Dixon as well. Those are the riders that we're expected to be inside the podium fight when race time comes around tomorrow. Have a pick up here with Moreira coming through the Hayshed. He's on another fast lap. here. It looks as though this could be another lap record here at Phillip Island. You've got Tony Arbolino up ahead, but the Italian is aware that the Brazilian is behind and should get out of his way as he comes out of empty.
Information really in pit lane that the bike and Cadet and the rider are back in pit lane, but how much repair job they can really do on that bike in the time that's remaining getting back out remains to be seen. Anything's better than nothing at this stage though, with no lap time on the board. But Diogo Moreira really did deliver under pressure in Indonesia. He looks set to do the same again here. It's a 1:29.817. He is 4 tenths clear, and the magical first sub-90-second lap on a Moto2 bike and for the file is set by the title chaser, Diogo Moreira.
Yes, there is blood in the water in there for Diogo Moreira. The man in Gonzalez is struggling here at Phillip Island this weekend. He's not quite at his usual best. What can David Alonso muster as a response as he comes out of the final turn? Alonso goes up onto the provisional second row with the 4th fastest time. So brilliant stuff that from Moreira, and it looked as though he is a whole heap of time coming through those fast final lefts at the end of the lap.
Put the flag out now. Moreira on pole, Gonzalez 13th, and Aaron Cadet is 16th, only because the 2 Red Bull KTM Ira riders are yet to register a lap time, and here begins the frantic repair job. And Aaron Cadet has to sit there with the sweat pouring down his face. He's clearly ran it back to the picture there, because he is absolutely out of breath. This is what it looked like from on board the 44.
Down the gears, down into Miller hairpin there, so he's a little bit wide. Not sure if he was going to make the apex just there, but that is such a costly mistake for Cadet. It looks as though the seat unit at the back of the bike is completely destroyed there. You see him having to replace the bodywork there. Roberto Locatelli in the shades there, looking on as his mechanics are at work. They've got 6 minutes to work miracles, frankly, and get Cadet back out there with enough time to set a fast lap.
They've got really 4 minutes to get him out to do an outlap and get round to the finish line before the checkered flag comes out. At the moment, he came from 21st on the grid to 3rd in Indonesia, but he doesn't want to be doing that again this weekend. With a potential reprieve in his World Championship Challenge. Looked like it was on fumes, really, even with that recovery in Indonesia, but was brought back into contention by Gonzalez. Disqualification. Diogo Moreira with a little bit of a strong and question to his crew chief. Well, 29.8 at the moment, Diogo, as you're on pole by 4 tenths of a second.
Yeah, it's slightly premature to say he can take his helmet off now and prepare himself for a trip to Park for perhaps ever so slightly, because we should see some improvements from Indian. Finding here David Alonso, Jake Dixon currently in his. There's certainly more to come from the Brit as well. But that is just remarkable stuff from Moreira. 29.8. Remind you that coming into this weekend, the previous best lap record from last year was Aaron Cadet 30.8. So already 1 full second clear of that in this section. Remarkable stuff from Moreira. And we were saying yesterday, if he is fastest on a Friday, the best better watch out, because, or the rest better watch out, because he is a rider that always grows into the weekend and just gets stronger as the days progress.
Manny Gonzalez has 7 poles this season. Diogo Moreira is currently on course for pole number 6 in 2025. And he's not a rider that never really shows that he's feeling pressure, but there is some enormous pressure on the shoulders of Manny Gonzalez right now in the 5 minutes that remain. A very different kind of pressure on his teammates' shoulders. Generations, of course, going for pole at home, but he's going to produce a 20.8 or better to deny Diogo Moreira here this afternoon. And the way this weekend is shaping up, Neil, Manny Gonzalez might be banking quite heavily on a home victory for his teammate Generations.
Yeah, exactly. If AJs can take some points off Moreira tomorrow, that would be a massive help in Manny Gonzalez's quest to become world champion this year. You can hear from Jürgen Link's comments when he was speaking to Elliot a couple of minutes ago. He sounds very confident, did he? Gonzalez has never had brilliant results here at Moto2. He qualified 6th, finished 6th in last year's race. And after that scary crash at the start of yesterday, I think this weekend started off on the worst possible way. So there is a reminder of the championship situation. 5 points he has in hand over Diogo Moreira. Aaron Cadet 33 back. And with Moreira such swashbuckling form as it stands, it's looking very, very daunting for Manny Gonzalez here in Australia.
3 minutes 42 seconds surely, only a minute to go before Aaron Cadet can get back out for a lap. How's it looking, Elliot?
Well, it's touch and go really. They've had to replace the front fairing, the front fork, the throttle assembly, the rear tail unit, and both side bearings as well. It's putting on the front fairing now. Yeah, racing
timing down at Atlantic. Both side fairings still on. Aaron Cadet's ready to go out of course. They're just putting the fairings on now, so a race against time, and just might make it, let's see. Really big touch and go for Aaron Cadet.
Bit of a thorough brow and some temper sprayed for Manu Gonzalez, who's not too happy.
He's unhappy, I think, with Mario Anchi on his left-hand side. There's Anchi, there's Arenas all on his left-hand side. And the pressure potentially is starting to show for Manu Gonzalez.
Yeah, not too often that we see him gesticulate to other riders just like this. He's a little frustrated with Mario Anchi there coming through the southern loop. He's a little bit slower, and that is wrecked his current flying lap.
Yeah, Anchi's on an out lap, so you can understand why Gonzalez is particularly unhappy, as was Arenas. So it's on you, you've got an out lap, you've got to stay out of the way of riders who are coming through on a timed lap. And Gonzalez has got pretty tough thinking it now. This is involving Gonzalez and Anchi is now under investigation. Anchi, who's having his best weekend since the shoulder surgery, which interrupted his campaign, might find himself in a bit of hot water for that.
And we see one of the turnarounds of the season from Danny Holgado here, from basically missing the majority of practice yesterday to in the running here for a spot on the front row. I thought he was going to be challenging Diogo Moreira for pole position, but it looks as though Moreira has got sector 3 all crossed up for himself. You can see Holgado here though is in the mix, could well be a place on the front row, potentially second best here for him.
Cadet is leaving pit lane as we speak. He might just get one lap in at the end of this section. Boy, does he need it. He's starting 18th as we stand at the moment. Holgado up onto the front row of the grid. Takes second place to 1:30, 1:52, even quicker than he went in qualifying one.
We're seeing a whole host of red sectors on our timing screen, including Manu Gonzalez, who's fastest through the first split. Senna Agius is fastest through the first split. Diogo Moreira is fastest through the first split as well, as is Darren Binder. And I think we could also say Ayuba Sasaki. So this is potentially going to change with just 1 minute to go.
Oh, much up for grabs here. Gonzalez is looking to try and pull it out of the fight here. Sasaki goes into second place on a 1:31.28. The first front row of his Moto2 career potentially on the cards for Ayuba Sasaki. Still though, no one can get within 0.3 of a second of Diogo Moreira, who's demonstrated his championship credentials this afternoon, and Manu Gonzalez doing the same.
Yes, Senna Agius is right in the hunt though. You can see he's lost a little bit of time in sector number 3, but Agius is very strong in sector number 4. There's a yellow flag out. Someone's maybe crashed on into MG hairpin. Not sure exactly who it is. It looks as though it's Moreira that's had a crash according to that map, or maybe not. In fact, I think the number 10 was moving there, but coming across the line, Agius jumps up into second position and just missed out.
For hundredths of a second, Gonzalez does go onto the front row of the grid. Gonzalez takes third on a 29.8. Diogo Moreira might well have gone through a yellow flag zone, even if he didn't cause it. He's got a slick through now from Danny Munoz. Moreira looking to end all arguments here as he goes across the line. A 1:29.684. Are there any further questions?
Wow, incredible stuff from Diogo Moreira. Will that lap time stand and maybe catch the yellow flags? Not at turn number 10. Not too sure you cancel. So there is just 11 thousandths of a second between Moreira and Agius as it stands.
So it's Moreira, Agius, Gonzalez. What a tantalising front row that is for the Australian Grand Prix tomorrow. Dixon, Sasaki and Holgado on the second row of the grid. They are pushing to the absolute limit. There is so much on the line here. Gonzalez, of course, trying to halt the championship momentum of Diogo Moreira. Senna Agius looking for a home pole position.
He is indeed, and he's up through the second sector. Let's see if he can maintain that through sector number 3. This is work. Moreira has been so strong throughout qualifying today. He's lost just about a tenth of a second as he breaks down in towards MG hairpin, but he still is in the mix. If he nails these final 2 turns, this could be another pole position today.
Don't rule out Alonso, don't rule out Dixon, don't rule out Danny Holgado either, who is up at the halfway stage. Diogo Moreira does not have pole position thrown up yet, and might well be cursing those yellow flags in around about a minute's time. Number 81, Senna Agius then leads the final corner, and he doesn't do it. It's a 30.2. He stays second. Alonso takes fifth. He moves on to the middle of row 2. But keeping a close eye on Holgado, though, who's currently sitting 7th. He could potentially move himself up onto, at the very least, row 2 if he can keep this going.
And look at this from Aaron Cadet. He is out there for one final flying lap in this session after crashing earlier on. His team have done a heroic job to get him back out there, and he's within 0.3 of a second. If Cadet can put it on the first 3 rows, I would say that would be a hell of a result for today.
Holgado to the 29th himself now. Big place, 5th and 6th for Aspar. Holgado and Alonso. Here comes Cadet then. Top 10 for sure possible here as long as he doesn't lose too much time in the final sector. Cadet goes into 8th place. Second rescue for the 44.
Wow, he never makes it easy for himself, does he? Aaron Cadet, but goodness me, what a rescue job that is. His crew deserve a creative beers each after some of that heroic work. What a qualifying session that was, Lewis. That was fully dramatic with lots of things happening for all of the championship contenders, but Diogo Moreira has absolutely obliterated the Moto2 lap record to take another pole position, and he is on one hell of a roll. It's his second straight pole position after Indonesia, and he is looking very, very good to gain more ground on Manu Gonzalez. You have to say, Lewis, what a brilliant job from Manu Gonzalez to put it in third after such a troubled weekend on the front row. I think that's the highest that he could have hoped for coming into this weekend.
From how that was looking with 3 minutes to go, Manu Gonzalez will take that. Third on the grid for him. It keeps up his incredible qualifying record this season, the 13th front row this season for Manu Gonzalez. Well, we've completed a clean sweep, haven't we, of Aussies on the front row of the grid. Jack Miller in MotoGP, Joel Kelso in Moto3, and Senna Agius, he's certainly got his chance of challenging for home victory tomorrow.
Yeah, almost lost in the drama of the championship fight. Senna Agius coming within 11 thousandths of a second off a home pole position. If you're sitting in Sydney or Melbourne or Canberra or wherever, make sure you book your flights down to get to Phillip Island tomorrow. You'll have 3 Aussie heroes to cheer from the front rows in each of the 3 Grand Prix tomorrow. And a brilliant, brilliant result that from the Asians, who's built on a really strong Friday with an excellent qualifying performance here.
Well, Diogo Moreira's incredible momentum continues. Pole position for the second consecutive Grand Prix, his 6th of the season. 9 points the difference between Diogo Moreira and Manu Gonzalez. If they finish where they qualify, Neil, tomorrow, they will be level on points.
Yeah, that's going into Sepang. Third last race of the season, equal on points. I think we can safely say, Lewis, the championship fight is going right the way to Valencia in November. You just did not know where to look in that section, did you? Whether it was Danny Olgado coming through from Q1 and Jake Dixon jumping up to order it on in fourth. Fine effort for him. Human Saki has to be one of his best qualifying results in Moto2. It is, in fact, his best with 7th place. Excellent stuff from a human. Again, that late lap from Aaron Kinnett. How he managed to hold it all together. We saw almost hyperventilating when it was in the box, and his mechanics were frantically trying to repair his machine. For him to go out there and put a really clean lap together, it is sensational stuff. But what a brilliant qualifying session that was for the Dynavolts Impact GP squad. Agius in second, Manu Gonzalez in third. What does the team think about it, Elliot? The top of the
I certainly have Tom. Great result for the team. Senna second, Manu third, sorry. How's the team feeling? A really important one as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Now it's good to be back, and especially also for Manu today to be in the front row after a difficult day he had yesterday. It's good to be here in the front row.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, they will be launching a 2-pronged attack on Diogo Moreira tomorrow afternoon. Moreira surely starts as favourite, having top practice yesterday and taken pole position. But there are 2 intact GP Calaxes who will be taking aim at him tomorrow. Make no mistake about that. Senna Agius won't be racing for Manu Gonzalez, he'll be racing for himself and for Australia. From Jürgen Ling, from Thomas Lucy's point of view, I think they'll take either or tomorrow as long as they beat Diogo Moreira.
Yeah, without question. Jake Dixon, 4th place is not a bad result by any stretch, but the Brits not looking entirely satisfied down there in the Mark VDS box. Imagine Dixon, after what we saw from him yesterday, will be in the podium hunt. It's fair to say we should have 3 absolute crackers here on the island tomorrow. MotoGP pretty much wide open. Moto3 pretty much wide open, and the same I think can be said about Moto2. There's about 5 riders. I mean, even said that Danny Olgado gets himself in the mix here today. Up there fighting for the podium.
Including all of our title contenders, certainly the top 3 in the World Championship, with no disrespect intended to Barry Baltus, who's 4th in the points. He starts from 10th, but the 3 heavyweights from his Moto2 season, who've been title contenders throughout. Moreira, Gonzalez and Kinnett all have their own stories to tell from that qualifying session. Kinnett off the floor, a frantic repair job from Fantic to get him back out in the final 2 minutes. He rewarded them with 8th place on the grid. Manu Gonzalez, who, fair to say, was looking desperate halfway through that session when he was down in 13th place. He secured 3rd, but the in-form Brazilian, Diogo Moreira, starts from pole position. His 6th of the season. He's giving his reaction now to us.
Diogo, your 6th pole of the season. Every pole was important, but at this stage of the season, the championship fight, it's all the more important. Talk us through that fantastic lap and how you finished tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Really happy. I think we make a very good job this weekend. And yeah, this qualifying was tricky because it was a lot of windy. But yeah, we are happy. We start on the pole position tomorrow, and we'll see tomorrow. Will be a long race, so let's see.
Top job, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, he doesn't really show the pressure too much, does he? Diogo Moreira. Could he seize the World Championship lead for the first time in Moto2 tomorrow? Moreira on the number 10 by 11 thousandths of a second in the end. Well, have you caught your breath after that? That has been one of the best Moto2 qualifying sessions of the year. So much drama, so much on the line as well. Diogo Moreira really did deliver. 129.8, a full second faster than the lap record, the previous lap record coming in to this weekend. Saw times tumble across all three categories. And with Aegis and Gonzalez sat next to him on the grid, set up for a tantalizing race tomorrow. Make sure you're with us.